I've got some more free time, so I'm going to go back to some Oxygen Not Included. I've updated some of my music playlists, so you may start hearing some different music for intermissions, closeout, startup, that sort of thing. That's why I just accidentally restarted the startup music very smoothly. Yeah, I'll just be a sec. Sorry, there we go. I just fiddled with my music. I've added some extra songs to that playlist, the intermission playlist, just in case. Where is the game? Game should be showing up. Why is it not showing up? There it is. Yes. Oop, there we go. It all churns to life. We are back. So yeah, it's been going really well. We've got 24 dupes. Got all of our natural gas hooked up. Getting all of our water hooked up. All of our iron volcanoes hooked up. Solar panels out the wazoo. So I'll put the rocket somewhere. I'm not sure where I'm gonna put it. I might just put the rocket here. Or on this side. I'm not sure which side I'm gonna put it on yet. But yeah, today's goal, after expanding the transit tube network yesterday, we're gonna be going down here. We're going to be setting up this combined sort of water/iron tamer. We're going to use the iron volcano to heat the cool steam up to over 125 degrees. Then we'll send it through steam turbines and we'll feed it into the oil wells. I'm not sure how much water we'll get through. Probably only enough for one oil well. But that will do.
It would just be nice having a dedicated water supply for our oil, and then that oil can get turned into petroleum. We've got a refinery in here that we're going to use, but we're going to want to set up some kind of boiler at some point. But yeah, we set up our freezer on a separate cooling loop, so that cooling loop now goes over here. And that's just running on ethanol. So now that cooling is independent to the rest of the base cooling. That means we're gonna... That means that we can just store these guys in here rather than have them stored outside eating all of our frames. We've got a lot of babies in here at the moment, so I'm gonna wait for them to grow up a bit, and so we can shave them. But I'm gonna start being more liberal about eating these guys now that we can store all the food. Save us some frames. Yeah, the last thing we actually did is we set up some pincher pepper nuts with some of the excess polluted water coming to our base. So, I'm not 100% sure what they're going to be used for. I mean, they'll be used for the coffee machine. We'll make sure all of the pincher peppers are sent to the freezer when we're not using them. But let's have a quick look. So we need to hook these conveyors up. So that's edibles. So they're going to be going in here, and I'll probably just set them to go through here as well. So actually that's cooking ingredients, so let's set it to pincher pepper nut. That's on a relatively low priority, and the grill and the gas range are on higher priorities. So it should get fed into those preferentially and then fed into the storage. Excuse me. Yeah, I think we can just connect this up here, and that will be fine. So we'll do that. We're just hooking up the transit tube going to the supply teleporter output as well. Because once I've got all the oil going, I really want to go to the second planet and start colonizing that. So I haven't actually done any of the spaced out stuff yet, really. I don't think I've forgotten anything on the power spine. I think this is all set up correctly. So we've got room for 3 more feeders on. This one's just getting finished off. Possibly by Frankie, possibly by someone else. And that's going to hook up the power from our volcano down here. So this is the one we just set up, and we're starting to pump all the gas out of here. Now, there is, unfortunately, slime lung everywhere. There is slime lung absolutely everywhere in this part of the map now. So absolutely no one is out. No one is allowed out unless they have an exosuit, because we kind of broke into the slime here, and I guess it was enough that it just all got released. So we've got a big decontamination problem. But no one's had a slime lung yet, so I presume if it's just on their suits, it's not a problem. I'm actually going to take the gold amalgam, because plastic is something that we can get renewably. Gold amalgam, not so much. Want to keep leveling up our guys. I'm going to level them up to about 30 morale, I think. I think that's the plan. Looks like Lindsay's got her exosuit training, that's good. Yeah. I think we've had Storm Eunice and now it's Storm Frankie. Is it Storm Frankie? No, it's Storm Franklin. No, we've got Storm Frankie right here in the base. Look at Stinky, he's got 58 morale. It's pretty dang good. Let's have a look at let's go find Stinky. Why is your morale so high? So you had gorgeous decor, because you've been cooking the whole time. In the nice place. You've had great meal, great haul. You're going through a nature reserve every day now. You've got 5-shift break, showered, washroom, and you've used a load of recreation buildings. So it's the decor that's actually making the biggest difference. Interesting. I feel like we've done most of the sweeping, but I'll queue up some more sweep orders. Set them to priority 1. You don't want to sweep any eggs. Yeah, the decor seems to make a really big difference to morale. So, what's it actually looking like everywhere now? Oh, blimey, that's chucking. Yeah, so decor's looking pretty good. We've got a lot of stuff in here that needs to be swept, but people aren't going in here too often anyways. We're going to want to do something with this volcano at some point. I'm very sad the slime lung got out, but I feel like it was inevitable at some point. I'm just not very good at handling slime lung. Got some dirt. That can be dug up. This volcano should activate in 13 cycles. So that should be fine. Got a random Draco here, we can... bristleberries. Where are bristleberries rotting? Oh, we don't have any auto sweepers in here. Yeah, that's something we need to do. So, where are those going? Probably like this. And then we'll just have 2 loaders. So... 1 here, 1 here. And what's going in there? So it's not Pacu eggs. It's just the meat. So we want to have it go... We just want it going around the outside. So, like this. That should do. And then we'll need some power for that, so... Lead. There you go. That should do. You know, it's funny sometimes. When my fish tank is red, you can't actually see the red in the camera. I thought it might not have been working properly. So these are... consumables storage. We want bleach stone, we want polluted dirt, but nothing else. No slime up here. So long as the slime lung germs don't get in the base, we'll be alright. We'll leave you guys in here for now. but I am skeptical. It says that you're a source of slime lungs, so we'll be careful. Whee! Oh, it's so good to see them actually using the transit tubes to get everywhere now. We're trying to dump some salt water in here just to add to the thermal mass of the area. We need to set this to above 130. Oh, hold on. Do we? Do we need to set it to let the stuff through if it's above 130? Yes. So at the moment, yes, that is all above 130. Like, definitely. And once we vacuum this all out, we'll just need to pour some water in here. So at the moment, the iron is just all going to circulate, and this is going to overheat, isn't it? Yes, okay. What's the gas pressure looking like in here? You know, do we have ice anywhere? Any liquefiables? We do have ice. I think I will let's put a storage bin. Well, let's actually make an ice temperature plate. I don't think we have enough ice for an ice temperature plate. No, I think it'd be easy just to put the salt water in here. So we'll just build another one of these. We're going to deconstruct it immediately afterwards anyways, I think. So let's yellow alert that. Because I don't want all this stuff to start overheating, and this will start overheating very soon unless we do this. So who's going to come build this? Bert and Catalina. It's a race. Probably catch them on the tube. We got a dense puffed. Oh, there's Bert. He's going a long way. And now he's going to get on the tube. Catalina's going to race him there. I do like that they can pass each other in the tube without banging their heads. That's definitely helpful. Yep, so we're up to 125. As long as we fill this room with steam before it gets to 275, we're alright. We are getting some tiles of dirt forming. I believe we dug up... Yeah, we dug up some algae and it's cooking, which is unfortunate, but we can cope. And then we're going to want salt water in here immediately. But yeah, Bert can get on that. Yes, I've ended up having a bit more time to stream this weekend than I thought I would. Which is nice, because we made a lot of progress on this map. Looks like it's already starting to overheat. Yes, it's at like 400 degrees now. Okay, we didn't quite make it. But this should evaporate fairly soon. Yeah, there we go, it's already going. So this is starting to cool rapidly. We haven't actually got these steam turbines hooked up yet. Where's the power wire going for that? Yeah, we set that to priority 8. That is fine. We don't actually need the power from these yet. We've got loads of power generation that we're not using. This is just to cool the iron. So they'll get that power spine finished when they finished everything else. So we finished the research on automation receivers. What else do we have? So how many data banks do we have? Let's see. So industrial ingredient data banks, we have 8. So I don't think there's any more research we can do until we get a space program going, which is fine. Yeah, more and more of these tiles keep cooking. In fact, What is the gas situation like in here? There's a little bit of polluted oxygen, a little bit of carbon dioxide, but yeah, we're just gonna have to turn this pump off now because we're just venting all the steam now. That's not what we want. We're gonna need that happening immediately. So yeah, Turner, please come and turn this off. That's why you're called Turner, because you're turning things on and off. It's your destiny. Man, a game trying to keep track of them while they're in the tube is pretty funny, just bouncing back and forth. Okay, so we want a bit more steam pressure in here. I want as much as I can get away with, really. I think we'll keep the pump in there. It feels like a pretty good spot for a pump, just in case we need to ventilate anything as an emergency. Oh no, actually, we were going to deconstruct this. We're going to deconstruct this and put in the pneumatic door. And then eventually people walking in and out of here to get stuff will crush the gas. Although actually it seems to be deleting itself pretty well. Just the one tile of polluted oxygen now. That'll probably get crushed at some point. Okay, looks like we've got enough oil in here now. So we can turn that off. There you go. So that liquid lock is complete now. That's not going to burst. I think I get overly paranoid about them, but not the sort of one it's not the sort of thing that I want to take lightly. But yeah, I think we'll dump. I mean, how much steam pressure do we have in the other iron volcanoes? We don't need any disinfecting on any of this. So disable, disinfect. Let's do that on all of these. Okay, there we go. So how much steam pressure we got in the other iron volcanoes? We got about 25 kilograms per tile here. That's quite a lot. We got about 20 kilograms per tile here. We got a lot more than that in here. Mostly because we've been dumping the steam in from the sauna. So I'm expecting this room to fill with more and more steam over time. And then it's a very low volume down here at the moment. So we're just gonna want to keep doing this for a while. I guess salt water was becoming harder to come by because we drained our big pool that we were just pitcher pumping everywhere. So the iron is really cold now, so it should be going through. But it's not. Oh, because the conveyor isn't built yet. I think that should be priority 9. I think we want to get the iron out of there as soon as possible, really. But yeah, let's just priority 9 all of this. This could be priority 9 as well, because it's in the base. Same with this. Yeah, we're getting a good amount of food stored up now. It's mostly all cooked. Got a lot of extra meal ice from the Dreco ranches. It's fine. I think, to be honest, we can just eat all these guys. Let's just do that. I should probably adjust my access permissions as well, because some of our dupes have recently become more proficient with exosuits. So Otto, Camille... Yeah, Otto and Camille can go through doors now by default, so we'll just do that. And then that goes to here as well. And that also applies to this door. So now we've got 2 more people who can go and do the exosuit tasks. I think I'm just gonna shut my line. It's very wet and blowy out there, and there's not a lot of light. There we go. Yeah, everyone's enjoying the relaxation rooms. Probably do with a massage room at some point. Although at the moment everyone's got such high morale, they're never gonna get stressed. Bit glitchy. Yep, we're supplying all these machines. That's good. What are we up to? Operational supply. With the dirt. It's kind of curious. I can't remember what that's actually for. Oh, the fertilizer thing. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So we're up to about 8.5 tons of fertilizer now. I think we're going to use that for rockets at some point. I could put a farm station here and turn it into extra food. In fact, that's probably worth doing. Might do that here. How big is the farm station? Oh yeah, that'll be in stations. That makes sense. So that's 2 wide. So we can... What we can do is we can uproot these plants. And we can put a farm station here. And then we can fertilize these Brussels blossoms and get even more food. Because we're going to have the peppers as well. So we're going to want stuffed berry. That's something that we can make for everyone. I'll just set these to edible and cooking ingredients. That should capture all the pinch of peppers. So food-wise, let's put in the farm station. There we go, and then that will turn this room into a farm. Yes. Yes, it's going well. This is our Pip who produced the nature reserve, so he gets to be free. And by free, I mean he gets to wander around this little block of tiles. Yeah, I think we can... Yeah, deconstruct that bridge. We were going to put an oxylite refinery here, but we don't actually need to make the oxylite yet. So we're going to hold off that for now. No use preempting that too early. So yeah, that conveyor rail is almost built. I would quite like to just get all the hot iron out of here. Because there was just a lot of hot iron left over from the previous eruption. Oh yeah, we've got a vacillator charge we haven't used. Right, you should do that. I would suggest that Travaldo go do that, because Travaldo's the one that we're always sending everywhere. So, because he is germ-resistant, iron stomach. What are his current skills? So, traits. So he hasn't got any vacillator charges yet, or traits yet, so let's give him one. It's tube time. Man, it really does like bugging out. Yeah, you get to go in here. And we'll see what the gods bless you with. It's like, I'm so concerned. I don't want to be strapped to the chair next to the giant pickle. Ah, no, that's a really good one. Minus 20% stress per cycle. Yeah, so that's going to be really good for setting up the first colony, because he's going to be relatively low morale, and this should mean we can keep all of his skills. But now he's going to have a bit of a run around. He's got a new running animation. We can inspect all of this for some extra databanks. Not that it'll be enough to actually do anything with. And yeah, here's the supply teleporter input. So we'll need a transit tube there as well. Now, I'm gonna be real with you. There's slime lung everywhere now. We've let the cat out of the bag. So long as they're not actually getting it in the base, I don't think they are. Then, to be honest, I'm pretty happy with them to just dig through the slime and store it somewhere so it doesn't keep off-gassing slime lung. So we're just going to do that. We're going to dig this out. All of this. And we'll send the transit tube through here. And then I think what we'll do is we'll go over the top and we'll hook it back around to here. Because our original plan was that we were going to have an access here. We can still do the original plan as well. What's overheating? Oh yeah, I probably shouldn't have made that out of aluminium. Although, in all honesty, we don't even need a door here, so just remove it. I think what I'll do for now is I'm just gonna ladder up here. Bend the transit tube up here as well. And then we'll just drop it off like this. And dig through all this salt. We'll see where these ladders end up. And then we can come and connect this over to the other side as well. Excuse me. So let's dig this out. We'll just go across here and then we'll just come out over here. I think that's appropriate. So we'll want to ladder that a little bit. Oh, that's not right. Is that the right level? I honestly don't know. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But what we'll do is we'll hook up the tube so it can just get there from both ends. And then I think what we'll do is... I think what we'll do is we'll fire pole this. What we might do is we might keep this vacillator for recharging if we find a load of those recharges in space. Just give me a second. Okay, there we go. I feel like this hot tub is just never going to behave. I think we're going to need a more complicated setup to get that to work. But that really isn't very high on my priority list. Everyone's got loads of morale. We're actually quite close to getting the juicer to work. We just need mushrooms. Actually, now that I think about it, where are we going to put the light for this? Put the light there and have a floor light. I think that's what we'll do. That does not need to be made of steel, that one. It can just be a regular light. Then we can hook that up the normal way and just have some automation wire here. Yeah. No, that's not what I wanted to get. Just make it out of lead. Yeah, I think that's fairly neat. This item just has a bit of a weird hitbox, so the light is going to be a bit different to the rest of it. Like, I always feel like this should be 2 tiles wide, but it's 3 tiles wide. Oh, people are getting food poisoning because I never disabled the water cooler. Yeah, because at the moment all this water is germy. Yeah, let's not do that. Looks like our peppers are growing pretty well. So, we don't have any renewable slime. We do because we don't have a puff branch. There is a dense puff flying around over here. We just ended up with one. It's quite old. Can we set up a dense puffed branch without having any regular puffs? I believe we can. But that's not the problem. The problem is we need the polluted oxygen for the slime. So we could just have a load of polluted water and have it off gas. We could do a puff branch that way. We have this geyser, but we're already using that for clay, and we've already got a ranch in here. So I prefer not to do that. Off-gassing the polluted water into a ranch is probably a fine idea. I think we'd want that ranch to be outside of our main base. So where would we want that? I mean, if we did it here, we'd have our puffs in like a block here. And then we'd have the dense puffs in a block here. And we could have that right next to an oxalate refinery. Maybe we do that. Because if we do it with polluted water, we can just move the polluted water to wherever we want. We can have this ranch be wherever we want. What's this room here? This could be a good room for a puff branch. So that's 88 tiles. Not quite big enough. This nature reserve, we can shrink it by 4 tiles. But that's not going to be enough to make this room big enough. I mean, we have polluted water coming out of here already. That's already going to be off-gassing. I mean, it's not at the moment because we've got it covered in water, but we could probably fix that. I could quite easily change the walling in this room so that this would end up being the puff branch. And that would be right next to the main base. We'd keep all the polluted oxygen in its own room. I think that would work. And then that slime could just go to a mushroom farm, which we'd have down here in this space. And then we'd have mushrooms for a juicer. Well, that could be a fun project to do today. But I think we're still going to try and do all the oil related stuff. I would just like to have oodles of plastic being produced. We burned through most of it trying to build these transport tubes. So, conveyor. I think we need to bridge it on here somehow. It's just not moving out of here. So I think what I need to do... It's because the logic here is kind of weird. I need to deconstruct these conveyor rails. Yeah, let's get this replaced right away. Yeah, so we'll get those removed, and then we'll do some bridges there. Hopefully that will sort out the situation. So one like that, one like that. We hook that back on. And then that's going to be greens coming out of here. And then that's going to be hooking up here. So that should avoid any confusion. This should all be priority 9. So I want to get this input teleporter hooked up. Make this all priority 9 as well. And this. Although we can stop the fire pole. Probably stop the fire pole here. deconstruct that, and then we'll bend the tube around. Not really looking for any more dupes at the moment, so we'll just take the eggs. We got chlorine. Why we got chlorine? Why have we got a load of waste gases in here now? What happened? They've probably been there since I revamped this area. They probably just fell in. It's mildly annoying. I don't think it's affecting the hydrogen layers, so I'm not too concerned. And I think we'll just run this across like this. Although we're going to run out of plastic. Yeah. Want to get that oil hooked up? So we need to set these to edible. We've got all the fertilizer being used here, so that's good. This is all hooked up too. We finished all of this. Yeah, this is all filling up with water. What I like to see. I'm gonna want this tube to hook up here as well. I'm beginning to think I shouldn't have actually even bothered building that tube here. Because realistically, no one's ever going to actually get on it that isn't just going to get on this one. I mean, I guess if they're trying to... I don't know. Well, it looks like all of the iron is circulating. That's hot iron, so that's going to come off the line. Has all the cool iron buggered off? Yes, it has. Yes, all the cool iron has gone up here now. And all the iron is basically just being delivered down here. What are you doing? Yeah, let's get rid of that. Yeah, there you go. go to the loo. So we'll keep expanding this up. And we'll hook this up. Oh yeah, we won't because we're out of plastic. Great. I believe we need to set this to 9 because we've got a load of Drecos in here that haven't actually been shaved. That would certainly help on the plastic front. It's like we need another Dreco. And I think that's it, so we'll just wrangle one more Dreco here. And then we can eat the rest. We can eat all of these guys. Oh, we should wrangle this guy too. I feel like these critters are breaching containment more often than they should. Those beetles with legs are so funny. Like, how am I going to get around this block? I could go underneath it, or I could do this. Aha! Very sneaky. So it looks like we're currently getting all of this stuff built. There goes the iron. I don't really mind leeching the heat out into this part of the base. I think I'm too used to playing on Oasis where the map just starts as like a super hot hellhole. And then I just... I just turn any other map I play into a super hot hellhole outside of my base. Yeah, everyone's making good use of those transit tubes. Yeah, if we are going to make this a mushroom farm because of the CO2, then we're going to need to... We don't want to let the slime lung in at any cost. So I think what we'll do is we'll insulator tile this off. I'll put a ladder here, just so that people can get up there. And then we'll dig all of this out, and we'll just literally fill it with tiles over time, and then we'll deconstruct it. Because I don't feel like pumping this room either, and doing a vacuum and all that stuff. We'll just literally brick it in and then unbrick it from the other end. Yeah, we have 150 tons of iron now. That's pretty good. Did we fix the petroleum pipe? We did. And we dug all of this out, so there's a bit more room for the oil to spread out. Let's set this back to 50. In fact, to be honest, I could probably even set that to 20. And we'll get the plastic production done from that again. Yeah, all this stuff is overheating. I think A, these are generating a fair amount of heat, and B, a fair amount of heat is leaking out of here. But we have an absolute abundance of steel, so I'm just going to remake it out of steel for now. Critter starvation. Hip. I know how to solve that problem. Yeah, we've got a lot of food stored up now, because we can rely on this not breaking. Just a second. Yes, I'm having some internet problems. Okay, I'm hoping that'll be a bit better now. Yeah, we're getting this transit tube built. It's taking a little bit of time. I don't really want to double speed it because the game is kind of chugging just a little, and I don't know, I quite like watching these guys run around. Got plenty of stuff to do. This is such a large area for them to walk. What's the long commutes like? They're not actually that bad. They are spending a lot of their time pondering, even on speed 1 though. But we can deconstruct these. And we can remove this plant. And then we can get the, then we can connect the transit tube up here as well. The last episode, we expanded out our transit tube network, so we're going to have it go between all these different geysers, the teleporter output. And we've got it going up here to the other teleporter bit. This is where the main base entrance is with this nature reserve. This is where the refinery bit is, where it's just full of steam. And then it's going up to space. At some point I'll bring it across here as well. I'm kind of tempted to turn this area into some kind of rocket corridor at some point. But it may not even be necessary. It's just a load of free space. Like this whole block here, we can just have something absolutely giant here. But yeah. Yeah, at the moment we're just trying to connect up our transit tubes. And we're trying to build a combined tamer for this area. We just finished off Iron Tamer number 4. There are 5 iron volcanoes on this map, which is kind of a crazy amount. These aren't actually hooked up to the power transformers yet because we're generating enough power. I'm not worried about that. I just want to remove the heat. I do want to put some doors in here though, just in case we need to crush any gas. We'll want to crush this polluted oxygen at some point, and people going in and out of that door should at some point crush that. So we'll go down there and do that. But yeah, we did some maths last stream. We figured out that this iron volcano, on average, will heat the steam up by about 80 degrees. So that means we'd expect about 1.2 kilograms per second of 190 degrees steam to be the main output of this. So we could have one steam turbine for this area that would just be cooled. And we just put it directly above the volcano. And then the rest of this area we could use for something else. I don't know. I don't know what exactly we'd use it for. But we only need one steam turbine. It would need to be cooled with something, so maybe we would... Maybe we'd have 2 steam turbines and we'd have a thermo aqua tuner down here or something. I don't know. We've still got a little ways to go because we're also just trying to hook up the teleporter. We're going to go back to the other planet at some point. We dug out a load of resources from here. There wasn't anything especially important here. There were volcanoes, there was a steam vent. The radioactive biome, the large radioactive biome, unfortunately melted because of a leak from a volcano biome. So there's some uranium ore here, but not a huge amount. There's a fairly large amount of ice, but there's nothing super enticing here. There was some water. We've drained most of the water for our own uses. We have a polluted water geyser here. We have a cobalt volcano. But, yeah, I'd like to come back here and hook stuff up, but it's not, like, super important. At this point, the main benefit of the space program would be to generate more data disks. How is the steam pressure looking in here anyways? It's a bit of a weird colour. It's pretty decent. I mean, all the other tamers seem to have about 20 kilograms of steam pressure, so I'll just put salt water in here until we're at that sort of level. Wow, we've already accumulated 2 tons of plastic since we sketched all this out like an episode ago, or like a cycle ago. So I believe we can just... What is... Oh, it's a plant. Oh, okay. You can just bend this down here. Have this go up like that. And we'll probably just have it come across here. And then we just need to hook up the transit tube, which we can just do coming straight from over here, I think. So we can just go like this. Got a conveyor loader as well, so we'll probably want to power that at the same time. So we can just do it like this. In fact, we can do it like this. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. Not that it really matters. Put that there. Across like this. Yeah, that will do. And then we'll just cancel the wire up there. And then this should make sending stuff to our new planet a lot easier, because someone can just transit tube there, drop it off in the conveyor loader, and then come back. I believe this is all set to priority 8, so this isn't getting built at the moment. We're just trying to hook up the infrastructure for the area. But we're getting that done on both sides, sort of. It'd be interesting to see who meets in the middle. I feel like it's going to get finished from here first, because they're just spending so long getting from here here. And part of me thinks it's worth putting another transport access here, but the other part of me thinks, like, I'll get this finished fairly soon. So we can also hook this up straight like this. And I'm not 100% sure what we're going to put in this area. I think we're going to put like yeah, we're going to tame this volcano. And I think we're probably going to put our petroleum boiler here. So I may shuffle a few things around. Like I may move the transport tube to the center. I think I need to make it so the fire poles aren't in the middle. I think I need to make it so the fire poles are at the side. Because what I actually want to do is I actually just want to have a transit tube just go through the base. No particular reason other than it just looks cool. And we left space for it for some reason. We were going to have... I think we were going to have transit tubes in here, but I think, like, between the plastic ladders, the plastic tiles, everyone seems to be getting there fast enough as it is. We could probably also do plastic tiles here, so they can get over here a bit faster. It's probably going a bit too far. yes, we're feeding the petroleum, the oil back down to the oil refinery. So that's why our plastic went up so much, is these came online. They're all churning butter in unison. I actually made cheese today. We had a cheese making kit, so I made some mozzarella, and I feel like I didn't quite do it right. It tastes like mozzarella, it doesn't feel like mozzarella. My cuisine skill is about a -3. So we're erupting natural gas in here. It's getting pumped out. I believe this isn't overpressurizing. I'm actually going to set this to 3,000. Just to really prevent that from happening. The infinite storage is up to about 1.25 tons per tile. Hydrogen is up to about 320 kilograms per tile in here. We're getting through the oxygen at a fairly decent rate. We're producing just about as much as we're consuming. Yeah, let's start tiling all this in. So I believe it would be fastest doing it like this. And then we'll untile it from the other end. I just do not want to deal with these slime lung germs in this space. Feels like this iron has been in here for an absolute age. I guess there's just a lot of iron that accumulated in here. Yeah, there's like 1,000 kilograms that's accumulated in here, and it's still 780 degrees. There's another 18 tons here. Yeah, it's going to take a while to drain all the heat out of this iron. We just left it sitting there and heated up this whole biome. Okay, this is actually getting closer to being built. Quite curious how we're gonna set up this petroleum boiler, but that's gonna take a while. The first thing we need to do is just get some consistent oil coming out of here. Yeah, it's been a good weekend. How many Paku we got in here now? We've got 80 critters, and we've got 17 eggs in here. Yes, I believe that means there's 80 Paku in here. That's a slight problem. So the backup fish has died of old age. This fish will lay another egg tomorrow. So I imagine another egg will get dropped in here tomorrow. So yeah, that's fine. But we don't actually have a way of getting this meat out of this room. So I think that's an acceptable loss. Like 1 Paku fillet every now and then. We have 80 Paku in here now. So I feel like we've done a decent job on that. So yeah, we're just trying to get the infrastructure going here. Where is everyone at the moment? I guess they're just on their way. Ah yes, everyone's just getting ready to go. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, I'm delivering plastic to the big tube. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, I'm delivering plastic to the big tube. Oh, got the same task. Just slightly different places. But we're getting there. So at least people can get to the teleporter, person teleporter here now fairly quickly. I think one of the first things we're going to want to do, well, once we've established the basic infrastructure on the new planet, is to tame that cobalt volcano and just get some more cobalt coming in. Because the iron, we're eventually turning it all into steel. So it'd be nice to have a regular metal volcano for other stuff. I mean, we've got the gold volcano here as well. But I just feel like the more refined metal we have, the better. Like, ideally, I'd like to replace all of the plastic tiles in the base with metal tiles. A, because the decor bonus is better, and B, because they make a nice little tinking sound when the dupes run on them. Which is very important. How's our power consumption looking? So we're getting sort of to the 6 kilowatt range. That's fine. Oh, that's not fine. What's going on with this wire? There should be... Oh, we forgot to replace this transformer. I'm glad I spotted that. We're periodically replacing these transformers with steel. You're not a transformer, get out of here. Neither are you two. So yeah, you're building that tunnel there. We're connecting up here fairly quickly. I feel like these two are going to meet in the middle and then they're going to finish this as the absolute last thing and then they're actually going to be able to get there quickly. Maybe I've missed a trick there. I think what I'll do for now is I'll get them to build just a little offshoot here. Eventually we'll want a second tube access here, and that'll just mean that they can get through here with the incomplete tube. So actually, let's... it's going to take them a while anyways. So everyone's just come to install the wire now. I didn't actually find this until like a few cycles ago. Can we actually get these finished? Prefer if you guys weren't just hopping over stuff. What's wrong with you? Oh, you're tired. Okay, that's fine. I'm sure we'll get back to the base in a reasonable amount of time. Where are you going? Hopefully to bed, but knowing you, probably somewhere silly. Oh no, you are actually going to... No, you're not. You're just going to sleep there. Not quite right. Are people missing their bedtimes? Oh, here comes another shipment of iron. And then, then we'll load all the new iron on here. Right, so it's going to take ages just to drain all the heat out of this. We left this one running as well, but that's just going to have to keep running because we're not gonna get to this in time while we're still finishing off this transit tube. I want to get this finished just so we can come here quickly. Building broken. Pipe. Yes, this water is getting a bit too hot. Oh, it was never rebuilt that pipe there. Right, let's sort this. Let's sort this now. Keep that water moving. Yes, I will take some more aluminium. Okay, so we built those tiles. Let's continue. And we'll just get those built. Just keep blocking us in, and then we'll unblock it from the other end. And then that's where we'll put our mushroom farm. Okay, this is getting pretty close to being done. Yeah, it just looks like we're getting the wire built first, which I guess makes sense. Because there's loads of iron, there's loads of lead down here, sitting around. I think I'll just speed to this for now. Everyone knows what they're doing, they've just got to actually do it. Yeah, the plastic's going up fairly quickly. Trying to think, do I want a plastic ladder anywhere else? Probably want a plastic ladder to space. Although, people are already transit tubing up here, and they're fire poling down. We should explore what's over here as well. So I'm going to queue up some digs, and we'll just go here. We'll just go here and we'll find out what's in these lockers. Probably nothing interesting. See if there's just anything interesting in this area of the map. So this room is leaking out a little bit of chill, but it's not too bad. I'm quite happy with that overall. Then the rest of the cold rooms are fairly cold. Yeah, I think this is acceptable. And then these peppers are going to be warm enough. But I don't think we need to modify the cooling setup in here. I think we're actually done that. Alright, people are back at it. Let's see what's going on. That's kind of funny. What a roundabout way of getting there. Oh, he's gonna get you. He's gonna get you. He got you. Are people coming to do the tubes as well? Hope so. That would definitely make this quicker if you just did the tubes. In fact, actually, I'm gonna yellow alert this. That should speed up the rest of the construction, because then it can just transit tube straight here. Although actually they won't, because they need to put the wire in. Balls. Okay, that can just be priority 9 then. My bad. You did it, you built a single wire. Now you're gonna go all the way back. Good grief. Good thing you guys have such high athletic skill. In the meantime, we gotta grow fruit. I feel like I should have picked a map with a sulfur guys on it, because I haven't really played with any of that stuff yet, just because we haven't had one. I mean, there's so much sulfur on the map, we probably could just get away with running like a farm or a ranch for a while, but meh. That's not how I usually play this. I usually play this game just based off the infinite resources I have. But by the looks of it, this tube section's getting finished. Then we're just going to need to hook up the wire. But they'll be able to get dropped off here even if it's out of power. I feel like that's the important part, and then the rest of this should just get built a lot more quickly. This isn't overheating in the meantime, which is good. We'll want to come up here and just grab more of this iron. Yeah, they're getting it all built. We have a good stockpile of food now as well, which I'm really grateful for. I'm hoping eventually we'll get enough Pacu fillet going that we can just feed everyone off surf and turf. That would certainly help the morale. Yeah, this map does actually have a lot of sulfur on it, even if it doesn't have any sulfur geysers. One thing that sulfur is useful for is building natural tiles, because it melts at like 119, and then you can just re-solidify it easily. We're so close to meeting in the middle. Many hands make this'll work, or whatever they say. I'm not very good with idioms. Many hands make short work. That's the idiom, isn't it? So we're getting close to that being done. This volcano is going to erupt any day now, so there's already loads of hot iron here, so it doesn't really make much difference. But yeah, at least people are able to tube here now. That should be speeding things up a lot. I think what I'll do is I'll yellow alert the wire. And then we can get that done a lot more quickly. Or then people can actually go back that way as well. Although it is downtime. Actually, yeah, let's let people have their downtime. And we'll speed to it because nobody's really doing anything at the moment. Okay, this has all got finished, so now comes the time-consuming part. I think I'll just watch this while they're finishing it off, and then just queue up all these builds, and then deconstruct it from here. In fact, actually, we could start deconstructing it from this side at the same time. So, buildings. And then... So this tank has ethanol in it. This tank has ethanol and polluted water in it. These ones are all empty, so we can deconstruct all of these. I believe when you deconstruct one of these buildings, it just empties it out as a bottle, rather than just leaking it all onto the floor. So we might as well just deconstruct everything here. And I don't know how this water got down here, but we can sweep that up too. Yeah, that's right, it just drops it out as a bottle. And deconstruct all of this stuff too. You can deconstruct these tiles. And then we'll just keep expanding more and more space out. Oh, I guess there was some ethanol in those pipes. Whoops. That's fine, we'll sweep it up. So, May, yeah, you have allergy medication, so yeah, you should be alright. There you go. You take one and then you... Oh, are you applying it to yourself? No? Yeah, you are taking it. Yeah, there you go. And then Devon's just making some more. Okay. Deconstruct those. Put these. Yeah, so all that wire's done now. So we can actually put a second station there. And yeah, that's very nearly actually done. So then people can get to this area really freely. Start dropping stuff off if they need to. Okay, I think we can priority 9 this stuff now then. And the digging well. Because we'll need to start taming this volcano. Ah, yes. Now we've got 24 people and they're all in exosuits, not trained. They are building stuff very quickly. If it wasn't for the fact that we needed the databanks for research, I'd probably do a monument as well. Yeah. Although you guys are going to have to tube the long way at the moment. So we might as well open this as well. So we'll dig that and we'll analyze this geyser. We're already analyzing it, okay. Although, actually, I've changed my mind. Can you... do you need to get that finished first? Guess not. I guess this is more important to finish now that we've got a transit tube hooked up here. I feel like people would tube here anyways to get this done. Yeah, like someone's going to come here and do this in a minute. Max, you've done a stupid. You've locked yourself in here. I probably want that to be iron, actually, don't I? Make this iron here. Then we'll put some oil here. Oh, whoops. Some oil here is what we want to do. And we can deconstruct this ladder. In terms of the steam turbine, we'll just have it directly over the volcano. So let's do that. So steam turbine, lead. Just put it directly there. Not even really sure what it's going to power at the moment. Could just connect it to the same spine as all of that stuff. There's going to be a fairly decent amount of power coming through this. I think I'm actually just going to do this. And the reason I've got these on separate wires is because they each go to a different transformer. That way the producers and the consumers are fed off separate loops. So something like that. Oh, yeah, you're in a pretty rough situation here, Max. Why is it always you, Max? Like, you're the best builder in the colony, but you also just can't dig. You've definitely missed a trick here. In fact, you're going to have an accident, aren't you? Can we get this done, like, yellow alert, please? Sorry, I know I've got a load of people out of bed for that one. Feels bad, man. At least you're in your exosuit. It's alright. You've got your friends to bail you out. Good thing you were cute. Is that not enough? No, this needs digging out. Probably set this to priority 9. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so now I can get out. No, I'm sorry, Travaldo. You're always being mistreated. That's why we gave you the stress reducer perk. So ordinarily, this iron volcano produces enough heat for 3 low power steam turbine. The temperature of this steam vent is actually going to be lower than the temperature of the steam for the steam turbine. So that overall reduces the amount of I'm just going to put 3 steam turbines here. I'm going to do the typical 3 steam turbines and run them self-cooled. And then we'll just run that water. Instead of running that water back into here, we'll feed it out. Because we'll have the water influx from here. And I think what we'll do as well is we'll set up a valve so that it will only let Does this overheat? Yes, it does. So we'll do that so it only lets out 1,000 grams per second of water. Because this geyser will produce more than that. And that means that ultimately this room will fill up with steam. So we'll want the radiant piping here. I did not quite do that right. And we can just have that bridge on. Like this. Actually, there's probably not even a point of having a bridge there, is there? You just have those be normal connections, because it's not going to get confused, because we've got the valve. So what that means is that the water is actually going to build up in here, so it's not going to be outputting all the time. So we will actually want a vent here. So we'll vent that in the usual place. And that way, it will only let out the amount of water we want it to. So this room will always retain some water as steam. And the rest will be let out as into the oil well. So I believe... Oh, that's alright. So I think we'll use this one. And we'll get, this is how we'll get into the oil biome, will be through this liquid lock. So then we can fill up this whole area with natural gas. That won't be a problem. We did let some chlorine in here, but I don't think that's going to be a problem either. What are you doing with the volcano? So we can hook all of these steam turbines up. It's probably actually... This is actually the most direct route to the construction for now, so we don't need to finish off this route just yet. We should have probably actually just led with this as soon as the stock was finished. There's a load of water in here as well. See, what I could actually do, because I'm going to want to evaporate all of this water eventually. So what I could actually do is I could put insulated tile here and actually make these metal tiles instead. I could make these metal tiles, heat this all up. Oh, no, I'd just make the mesh tiles, wouldn't I? Yeah, I'd just make the mesh tiles. And then we'd heat all that water up, and then it would evaporate. And then we could seal it off again. We might as well boil all this water as well. Get a head start on that. Then we'll set this to 1,000 grams per second, because that's what we're going to want for the oil well. Sweep up this water, and we'll start filling these with oil. We're good, we're already getting some steam. Oh, we don't want this to be made out of aluminium, we want this to be made out of iron. Yeah, let's do that. That should get built a lot quicker. And we'll start evaporating all of this. Then power-wise, we'll need power to come down here. So I think what I'll do is I'll just make... I'll make some steel conductive wire and I'll run it down here. And then we'll make that the regular lead wire. Actually, we'll make it iron wire. Run it past here, and then connect it to here. Because we're going to want that to connect for the we're going to want that to connect for the oil well as well, and this is the one where we'll start. Yeah, we can get this analyzed. I mean, I already looked at this, so I already know how much it's going to produce. But that's fine. Whoa, hold on. What are you doing here? Why are you on a ladder? That's so weird. Okay, deconstruct this. How did you get in here? How did you get in here? Then deconstruct this. And deconstruct this. You can build your way out of this one. Oh, we've got principles as well. Let's sort that out. We'll just take a sweetle. Gonna need to ladder that as well. And you need to dig this. But for now, we do actually want to keep this separated off here. We don't let the natural gas out. We do have igneous rock in here, so we should be able to build all of this. Yeah, that's fair. So you're sleeping, but you're not actually exhausted. So you are going to recover the stamina more effectively than you would otherwise. Interesting. But yes, I imagine you're probably going to have an accident. Oh, we need to keep doing all of this as well. Sweep this up. Yep, there you go. Sorry about that. It's alright now. I have faith in you. You'll be able to get this done. Let's just yellow alert all of this, so that people actually hurry up and come down here. It's Meep. Meep is coming to the rescue. Whoever it is. And I believe the zombie spores won't escape. Seems like the spores are only actually in the crude oil now. But that's only because the spore kid's dead because it's a vacuum. As soon as we let any carbon dioxide in here, it's going to activate again. Yes, we need the ditcher pumps in here too, or the bottle emptiers. We get that liquid lock sorted out. There you go. You're free to go. So this iron volcano is going to erupt in 0.6 cycles. And that's where we're going to get most of the heat from to evaporate all of this. We will need to vent the room too. So... for now, I'm going to put the stuff here. We'll just vent it like this. Then we'll power that here. But yeah, this area should be pretty effectively insulated, so we'll get all this water evaporated. That will contribute to all these oil wells. So there's a very large amount of water in here, actually, that we're going to manage to conserve. So then utilities, it would be an oil well. We can make this out of lead. And this is just going to be natural gas in here. There's some chlorine in here at the moment. I think for now I'm just going to let it fill up with the natural gas, and then eventually we'll pump it to our infinite storage. But for some reason I don't think power is ever going to be a problem on this map, because we've got so many volcanoes that we're taming. There's actually so much steam power. These stupid pipes are breaking. I probably need to make these pipes out of ceramic. If this water isn't actually getting consumed. I mean, it should be getting consumed. Although, it's getting consumed preferentially from a hot tub loop. Is that what we want? I don't think that is what we want. I think we want it to be preferentially consumed from the other area. So let's actually get rid of this liquid bridge quickly. And that is coming out of a bridge here. That is coming out of a bridge here. So that should half and half it, but I think we actually want this stuff to be preferred. We'll just do this for now and it should half and half it. To be honest, that will probably get it moving enough to stop breaking all these pipes. That's really what I'm looking for. So we'll do that for now, and we'll see if the pipe breaks again. So in the meantime, we've got the oil well here. The liquid is going to come out here. Oh, well, I say liquid, I mean water. We'll bring that past here. I think we'll just do that, and we will do that. And then we also need the power wire to the oil well. I can just go straight down here. And then that is just going to leak the oil out into the oil biome. So I believe what we actually want to do is we want to put mesh tiles here. It's a bit messy down here, so I'd rather not have it leak straight into the biome. I think I'd rather just have it leak into a little tub. Maybe I'm worrying too much. We'll just let it fill up the biome for a little bit, and then we'll put a pump. Put a pump here. So we can make this out of gold. And this will be the oil. And what we'll do is we'll set up a Atmos sensor or a base hydro sensor. That's what we're looking for. We'll set up a hydro sensor here. And we'll set that to like 50 kilograms of pressure. So we won't ever actually hit this layer of salt water. And then, what temperature does the oil come out of? At least 90 C. So it's going to come out at probably a bit hotter than 90 C because it's coming out of steam turbine water. And then we'll get the oil. We'll bring it up here. And then we just need to run that all the way back to our base. It's going to go all the way to the oil refinery, and we're going to want to bring it past this volcano, because that's going to be where the petroleum boiler eventually is. So we'll just feed it up like this. So that's where the petroleum boiler is. So we'll just speed it up past here. Go up here. Bend it over here. And then... yeah, we'll go up here. And I think we can just feed it here. Straight in, because there'll be bridges and stuff. Yeah, there's a bridge. So we can just feed it straight in here. Yep. That will be 3.3 kilograms per second of oil typically. And this can refine a lot more than that. So yeah, that's good. We're good. It just needs to be built, and then we need to automation wire this, and then we just need to power it. So the power can just come straight down from here. And then we'll just probably put a ladder here. And I think that will do. I think that is everything that needs to be done to get this to work. I've given them a lot of stuff to do. But there's probably just going to be a bit of waiting around. So the other thing is, this steam vent is going to overpressurize unless we... ah, that's the problem. The steam vent is going to overpressurize unless we do something with it. So how do we stop this from overpressurizing? The general output of this is 4 kilograms per second. So let's just do the quick maths. So 4320.9 times 190 divided by 425 equals... So we'll need 4 gas pumps to consistently push all of the gas out. And then we'll need to be able to vent them in a way where it won't ever overpressurize. So we need infinite storage. So we can make these out of gold, I imagine. I see the problem now. We're gonna have to lock this. Gonna have to lock this. Then pass the gas out of a lock. But this is also how we want people to enter the oil biome. Because we do need it to be steam in here. We do want a lot of steam in here. I could literally empty it into this tile. Like, when I get a bit of oil on there with the liquid lock, I could empty it into this tile and open up this door. And that's how we do it. We just infinite storage gas, steam in here. It kind of defeats the point of having the door here. I feel like that's actually the best option we have. And that gets all the steam over here as well. So it's getting heated up by the volcano. So if I do that as well... If I just have 4 pumps here, how much power is that? It's like a kilowatt of power to move all that gas. That doesn't sound right. I see why I normally condense these now into water. A lot easier than moving all the gas around. Maybe that's what I do. Maybe I have, like, some cooling system here that it condenses the cool steam vent. And we just dump the water on top of the volcano. And then it heats it up again. Which seems like a bit of a waste. But if we don't do it, eventually this room is going to fill with steam. If we don't condense it, eventually it's going to fill with steam and this is going to overpressurize at like 5 kilograms pressure. Ideally, I just want this room to keep filling with steam. If we have the gas pumps here working, that's going to draw like a kilowatt of power constantly. And for that much power, we might as well just condense it. We might as well just condense it into a liquid and have a single pump. So how much cooling do we need to cool this down? So we need to cool this down by about 15 degrees C. Do that. So that's going to be, on average, while it's erupting, it's going to be 4320.9 times 190 divided by 45. So about 2 kilograms per second times 4.179 DTU per grams per degree Celsius, and then times 15. That's going to require about 120 ADTUs of cooling, which realistically is a quarter of the output of this. So I think here's what we actually do. We literally take a thermo aqua tuner, put it here, have it heat up the steam here with the iron volcano so that it all turns into steam. We condense the water here. We condense the water here, and then we just pump it over here and dump it out here. And that way it doesn't overpressurize. Because running a thermo aqua tuner a quarter of the time is going to take a lot less power than running all those gas pumps. Which is kind of crazy to think about. So I think we'll put that there. This build is getting really silly to me, because originally I just wanted the water from the cool steam vent to go in here. So it feels like we're taking the water, condensing it, moving it over here, boiling it, and then recondensing it, and then bringing it back. Whereas what I should actually do is just set up a normal iron tamer here with just the self-cooling steam turbines. And then just a normal condenser here, where I just put this thermo aqua tuner somewhere else. I don't know. This is funner. We have loads of normal. We have loads of normal tamers. I want to try something a bit silly. I want to see how it works. So we're gonna need a thermosensor. Go here. Need to hook that up with automation wire. I'm gonna make this out of iron. This is erupting again, brilliant. Have I already put down wire here and it's already melted? No. I did have the foresight to put steel wire here. What temperature is the steel wire? Yeah, it's quite hot. Why am I putting a wire here? So this needs to be insulated pipe. So that will feed in here. Cold stuff will feed out of here. Send it around the top. Then we'll have it pick up the heat from here. I think we can make this out of lead. Then we'll send it back. And then if it doesn't need cooling, yeah, if it doesn't need cooling, we loop it on like that. And then the cooled stuff should always have priority. So that works, I believe. This thermo aqua tuner will need to be hooked up to its own line. I can't just power it off the steam turbines. What's the power consumption of this line here? Oh, that's just our main baseline, so we can't do that. We're gonna need We're gonna need an extra power source to run that. I'll have a think about that in a minute. So then this steam is going to condense into water. So steam's going to condense into water. It's going to make its way over here. And eventually it's going to get turned back into steam over here. I could just leave it like this for now and just see how that goes. So then we just need to solve the problem of powering the thermo thing. The thing is, we're not going to need to have this running constantly. We literally just need the coolant to be getting it to 95. But this isn't going to be running constantly. You know what I think we do? I think we literally just hook this up to a load of batteries and we just plug this straight into the steam turbines. Because eventually this will heat up because of the iron volcano. Like, we've got like 24 tons of 800 degree iron here. And at the moment it's not overpressurizing because of the construction we're doing and all of that sort of stuff. I want to try and get this combined room to work. But I think, to be honest, if you were actually going to do this practically, the easiest solution would just be to have a separate iron tamer here, have the self-cooled steam turbines just be self-cooled, and then just have like a thermo aqua tuner condenser loop. Like you have the thermo aqua tuner here, you have the steam turbine here, and you just condense this and pump it out. I think that's the actual sensible way of doing it. But I built plenty of sensible tamers on this stage, so I want to do something stupid. We'll see if it works. And this whole plan is because running a thermo aqua tuner is going to be less power than running 4 gas pumps. Or running this a quarter of the time is going to be less power than 4 gas pumps running constantly. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm literally going to... I know I built all this wire. I know I'm telling them to keep building all that wire. But now I'm just going to put batteries in here. I'm actually going to disconnect this for now. All that wire could be priority 5. Actually, oh, they've still got transit tubes to do. I want you to build all the transit tubes. Right, all of this will be priority 5. We'll probably want it eventually, but not at the moment. Okay, I think that's fine. Still need to vent all of the gas out of here. All of the non-steam gas. But yeah, let's just put in a load of volcanoes. No, not a load of volcanoes. A load of batteries. These don't even have to be smart batteries. These can just be regular batteries. And we'll make them out of steel. I'll put a bridge here. And we might as well just have an absolute load of them because all the heat energy is going to get cycled back in. Although, actually, I want that heat energy to come out here, so let's just have 4. Let's just have 4. This is my stupid vanity project for today. I just want to see if it mechanically works. So we'd end up with a load of hot water that would flow in here. And eventually it would get heated up by the thermo aqua tuna and the iron volcano, and eventually it would evaporate. And then eventually we'd seal this off again, because this would all have evaporated by then. Or we could just leave it open. I don't know. I probably want this resource at some point. So we'll do that. Yeah, I've had a lot of free time this weekend. It's been absolutely rainy. Nothing really doing. Me and my girlfriend made some mozzarella earlier with a present we got for Christmas. I'm not sure how that's actually turned out. You know what? I'm actually gonna. I've had it in the fridge for a while. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go try some of this homemade mozzarella. Oh yeah. Now, I don't know about you. I don't think normal mozzarella is supposed to look like this. Actually, hold on, I need to mess with the lights a little bit. It looks like a little bit of cauliflower. I'm not quite sure what went wrong. I feel like I may have put too much salt in it. It tastes really nice though. I put way too much salt in it. It tastes like nice cheese salt. Because you get special salt for cheese making. Yeah, we'll get some more iron. I'm sure we don't have enough iron. There we go. Now got 163 tons, 156.3 tons of iron. It's actually pretty good, but it doesn't taste like, well, it tastes like mozzarella, but it doesn't have the consistency normal mozzarella. But anyways, thanks for coming to my TED talk about cheese making. Looks like something overheated. We're also trying to clear this space out in our base for a mushroom farm at some point. In fact, how much slime do we have? We have 7.9 tons of slime right now. I might as well just start growing mushrooms, just dispose of the slime that way. Seems reasonable. That was actually pretty good in the end. It's pretty good for a first attempt, I think I'll say. Oh, actually, I've got a good emote for this. Yeah, there we go. Wait, what? What was that? Oh, interesting. We're getting molten salt. That is a sign of a well thought out project. Yeah, let's go ahead and sweep that up. I don't want to be dealing with molten salt. So we've got a little bit of water up here. Not overly concerned about that. So it doesn't currently seem to be overpressurizing at all. Quite like it if it just didn't overpressurize, but I get the feeling it will at some point. It's just because the gas is all moving over here. So let's set this to 95. And then we'll want to fill this loop with polluted water. I think. How are we going to do that? What are we going to do? Could do something like this for now. Pitcher pump in some polluted water and just feed it on. Like this. Yeah, we'll just close that power grid. Have the steam turbines power the thermoacrotuner, have some batteries. See how that works. This condensation won't be a problem until later, but I know that was a problem I had in the past with these steam vents. I'll make some regular steam vent tamers later on for the two steam vents we're already using. So that would be this one and this one. But at the moment we're not really taming those, we're just taking what water we can get out of them. I mean, this one's just draining its heat into the swamp biome, which is what we want. These poor Pacu are getting cooked. What temperature are they? What temperature will they die at? Oh, they can live up to 100 degrees. Wow. Impressive. Yeah, I'm going to probably stream for quite a while tonight. Dinner's going to be fairly straightforward, so I'll probably take a quick break for that. And then I'll just keep going. As long as I can, really. Right, circuit overloaded. Where? Where and how? It's probably just it discharging a battery somewhere. It's my main network. I don't know. Right, let's fill this up with some polluted water. So, yeah, I'm just trying to vent all the other gases from here. So I opened this door. Yeah, I think the original intent was I was going to have the gas pumps here for all the steam, and then I was going to drop it off here behind the liquid lock. But I don't think we're doing that anymore, so I can close that again. So it's just going to flow as water over here, and then it's going to erupt into steam up here by these heat sources. In the meantime, it looks like they finally finished the transit tube line. So now they can go to the input teleporter. Super easy. And, hold up. This isn't working properly. Oh, I didn't set this properly. Bollocks. Right, okay, we're going to need to do some quick damage control. So we're going to need to empty this pipe out here. I believe. I was trying to just filter it with just the pressure sensor. So we've got some initial oil for the printing presses, I guess. But I want to sort that out fairly soon. And we'll want to put oil in here too. Thanks, Turner. Appreciate it. This is why I give everyone plumbing. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Why do we have regular water in the loop? Oh, because steam is falling over here. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's... Can anyone do this? No pending deliveries. No pending deliveries. There's no polluted water anywhere for anyone to use. What's the evaporation temperature of salt water again? Oh, it's not any higher. Yeah, it is going to have to be polluted water then. Well... Ah, we've cleaned this slime. Okay. We can dig that up now because it's gotten hot enough. And then we can pitcher pump this. Yes. And we'll need that to be... igneous rock should be fine for that, I think. No, let's make that out of ceramic because we've got loads of ceramic and there's a steam vent right there. Yeah, so I want to get this done. I want to get this done right now before more water gets in that loop. So sorry, guys. In the meantime, yeah, getting all the water out of this bit. And this hydro center should stop anything else from coming out. At the moment, it's just the water is just accumulating in here, which is fine. We'll evaporate it all later. How are our oil stocks? They are not very stocks, because we've got sand. Sad stocks. We'll let this all out soon. So digging all this out really helped release some of the heat from this oil. Wow, this is really running hot in here now. I guess this is expected because the whole room is insulated now. But that means that this polluted water is eventually going to boil. Which is not good. I probably actually want a little bit of cooling in here. I'll worry about that later. Yeah, there we go. So now you can get the polluted water and put it in here. So let's do that, please. How's the gas pressure in here? It's quite low. It's a good sign. One tile. You know what? I think we'll leave that. We don't need that tile. I don't think any heat should leave. Hi, Tom. So, oh, I see what you mean. So you would replace these with regular tiles, and then the polluted water output would help cool them down. Yes. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. The main thing I'm concerned about is just the polluted water overheating. But to be honest, now that I think about it, we've got, let's say we've got, on average, these generators are going to be running until the end of time, I think. So, how much natural gas we got from here? We've got 984.6 times 231 divided by 666, spooky, times 101.2 divided by 151.5. So we got 135 grams per second of natural gas on average. What I'm thinking is maybe just the polluted water output from these things alone will cool the natural gas in here enough that it won't ever boil. Because the specific heat capacity of the polluted water is a lot more than the natural gas. Also, we have a load of polluted oxygen up here. I was kind of hoping this would stop off-gassing, but it isn't. I believe we are filtering out the polluted oxygen, but it doesn't actually look like it. I think the polluted oxygen is just sitting there and it's not actually getting pumped out. So what's going on with these bridges? I don't think I need those bridges for. Oh, right, I remember now. Yeah, we need to open this door up. I was supposed to hook these onto... Oh, these have probably been wasting power for ages, because I was supposed to hook these all up onto the battery. Oh, Christ. I've just been burning this natural gas for no reason. Like, 100 cycles. Because this door was locked. Okay, let's do that. Let's yellow alert this. Okay, so we've got the polluted water onto there. Get one more batch of that, and that will do. Yeah, you're gonna need to get in here and deal with this. Before I forget again. And then these should only run when they need to. But yeah, we've got the oil. We've got regular oil coming up now from the oil biome, or we will once it we will once it starts generating more oil. But that's all getting set up, so we should have a nice injection of plastic from that. That's mostly what I'm using the oil for at the moment, it's just plastic. Why aren't you guys doing this? Can you actually get in here? You can. You just aren't. Right. I believe that's done. So let's actually deconstruct this. Plumbing wise, we let in a load of water. Okay, you know what? Scratch that. Don't deconstruct it. We'll get a plumber to come and empty this pipe. It's turned out to be more effort than I thought it would be. We'll get a plumber to come, empty this pipe, get all the water out of it, and then we'll just pump in more polluted water. Set that to priority 9. Surely you guys don't even have that much stuff to do at the moment. Like, I feel like you've done all of the stuff I told you to do earlier. Yeah, you need to go to bed, Meep. Right, there we go, that's done. So we can lock this again. So it should be just polluted water going onto this loop. Maybe this isn't the most efficient way of doing it. You know, actually, just stop. Just stop. I think we just need to filter out the water. I think that's just what we need to do. That doesn't need to be yellow priority. This route, this plan started off convoluted, and now it's just evolved into nonsense. Does not need to be yellow alert. We'll just do this. Just filter out all the water, and then we'll deconstruct this. How is this going? We are just getting the base gases out. We're not venting steam here. So that's good. At the moment it looks like all the water is just condensing and coming into here. So this polluted water is heating up, which is expected. What else are people actually doing at the moment? There's that wire I told them not to finish. It looks like these steam turbines, we're still in the process of getting them hooked up. But that wire is getting built. Building entombment. Up dirt. I don't think that's a problem. Holy moly, how did you get in here? You're right, buddy? What temperature do you melt at? So he melts at 110. So he might be alright in here. I wouldn't count on it. You know what? Let's do a rescue mission. Let's wrangle this Draco. He deserves better. So we've got enough steam pressure in here now, so let's turn this off. Yeah, we've got a good stockpile of food now. Half of it's actually meal ice, and half of it is barbecue. But eventually that's all going to become surf and turf. What happened to the polluted water here? Why isn't this loop running now? Did I break the logic? I think I did just break the loop logic. God damn it. Right, let's figure this out. Speed 2. Let's go. Ugh. Who's gonna get here first? Place your bets. Place your bets. Anyone? It's Frankie. There you go. Right, so if we put a bridge here, I imagine that will work. We want this loop to circulate, and we just want the water to get fed off here. I'm back! We need you, Frankie. No. We've swapped you for meat, who looks very similar. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you dropped some polluted water off. That's good. That didn't work. Why not? How about just regular water? There we go. And that's not currently powered. That needs a liquid output, so I can go here. Because that would just be the polluted water. Yeah, I probably just screwed this up. I'm gonna get this all. I'm gonna demolish this all when this is done, anyways. Meantime, what we got over here is sand. At least we're getting all the gas out. Steam is all condensing before it gets to this point, anyways, which is good. What circuit is overloading? These ones. Oh, it's the solar panels. Why? So each wire is connected to 6 solar panels. And their current wattage is below 2000. Oh heavens. Yeah, that would explain it. That explains everything. Right, let's go back down here. Oh, let's keep doing this. Can we please do the pipes? I'm sure that's what Otto is here to do. And let's see what happens with this. So it should just circulate and let the water out. Yes. I definitely screwed up somewhere along the way. Yeah, okay, that's enough. I don't normally like using these things, but they are very handy for when you just need to temporarily use them to filter something out. Hello? It stopped. But why? You know what, sort this. Sort this, just empty this. Let's do it now. Who's coming to do that? There you are. So now you can go and empty this. This definitely wasn't the best way of doing it. I just need to get the water out of the loop. Just do it. Do it. Not too many of these tiles to do. Who's coming to do this? Thank God we put a transit tube here. We're getting polluted oxygen here as well. It's done. Apologies for this somewhat monotonous moment. I did the yellow alert. The guy who's closest would just stop what he's doing and come back and do it. Bet you're gonna do it, aren't you? No. I'm doing something else. I'm doing it one at a time because the loop starts moving again if I don't do it. But it shouldn't take too long. I certainly hope it doesn't take too long. Yeah. You drop this off somewhere. Please and thank you. Well, it looks like the loop is actually working again now. Hopefully it'll just filter out the rest of it. Oh, it's because we were trying to pump on all that excess water at the same time. Yeah, that would explain it. Is there anything else I gave anyone to do? Or is all this stuff just working? Yeah, I think it's all working. What temperature is the oxygen coming out at? 47 and 33. That's pretty good actually. It's pretty good considering. I was going to put the radiant pipe in here, but we're just using granite pipes. But it actually seems to be doing the trick. I think I can eat most of these guys now. So we'll just keep doing that. Looks like we need to wrangle a fair few pips. So we'll do that. We'll wrangle some hatches too. Probably not that many. Probably like that many. Oh wow, actually these ranches are fairly low. We'll wrangle a few more. How about that many? You guys having fun in here? So this room is getting hotter. The issue is now that the hot tub is too hot and the water is too cold. Yeah, we'll take some more salt water. That was good. I like shoving that in random places. See, there's a regular steam vent here as well. At some point, I'm going to want to take the water from that. I'm probably also going to put that in an oil well. We haven't analyzed this one. But to be honest, we could probably dig and analyze this one because it's buried in all this water. So let's do that and then we'll see how much steam that actually is. It's going to be like 500 or something. What is overheating? Oh, the liquid filter is overheating. Yeah, that checks out. Oh god, it's letting more water in. Right, okay. Disable. Right. Oh, this is doing my head in. I just want to fill Sloop with polluted water. I did not expect it to be this complicated. I think what I'll do for now is just put some airflow tiles here. No, that's not going to do anything, is it? Right, come on, who's doing this? Okay. And in the meantime, we need to keep doing this. I'll make sure to get the mushroom farm built before the end of the day. Right, so liquid filter. Make that out of gold, I guess. Then we need to sweep this. Extract. Right, let's speed through this. So we'll let all the water out first, then we'll fill this with polluted water, then we'll start pumping again. Actually, I think if we get rid of the one tile of water, it should all start moving again. No? Turn the pipe off. Okay. These empty. These empty. In fact, let's yellow alert sweep this too, because I don't want to put up with that again. Oh, I need to set this to filter out water. Oh, and then that'll probably do it, won't it? Oh, okay. How about now? Okay, now it's moving again. So we just need to yellow alert sweep this. And then we need to put the polluted water in here. And then we'll re-enable this when the polluted water is there. Okay, I'm just going to build some metal tiles here for now. We'll deconstruct them when we're done. We probably should have done this in the first place to stop this from filling with water. That's probably enough. So sweep this. I can't believe this ended up being so much effort. Oh my god, you just sweeped up all the... Ah! Right. We're almost there. It shouldn't be this hard. This water should get dumped out. We've seen it already happen. It's not getting dumped out because the pipe is blocked, because the output is blocked. Christ. Oh, is this filter the wrong way around? Oh, that would explain it. Right, okay. Come on. Right, you can stop. Rotate this filter so it's going the right way. That's what we want. And we can sweep all of this polluted water out of here. Right, and that needs to be water. Oh, Gordon Bennett. There we go. Then re-enable this. Sure, we have somewhere to empty polluted water. Sure, that's what these are for. Oh, I guess it's downtime. Right, let's speed up again. Right, I believe we've got all of the water out of the loop now. So we just need to turn the pump back on. I should have just done the simple design. Right. I believe this loop is now full of water. So, deconstruct. Deconstruct. You guys better be coming to sweep all of that stuff as well. Deconstruct. I mean, deconstruct the liquid bridge too. Deconstruct the pump. Deconstruct the pipe. Deconstruct that pipe. That pipe is empty. Deconstruct this. Extract all the liquids from there. deconstruct all of this. In fact, actually, let's just mesh tile all of this. Just deconstruct all of the tile here, and then the polluted water will just sink to the bottom. No. Yeah, that's something I just did. Right. Got igneous rock. Let's build some ladders, get out of here. Yep, there you go. Yep, you're all in here now. Perfect. We can build that mesh tile and that mesh tile. Gee, boss, how did we get in here? I don't know. Right, so the loop is now full. Extract this pipe contents. Deconstruct these two. Put that mesh tile in. We'll lead the ladders. Yeah, there you go. We can cancel these, because it's not going to off gas. We can deconstruct these metal tiles again. Right, I believe we're almost done. So there should be no more gas coming in. We can make this room a complete vacuum. The iron can come out here. We're also going to want the auto sweeper here, the iron. We're going to want to set up all the iron. No, this doesn't need to be yellow priority anymore. Sorry. We need to get we can get all the iron out of here and just put that on our main loop. And we'll need the thermo sensor for that. So where is the thermo sensor go for that? Oh, right, and the shut off. Well, that can all go above this because I wasn't paying attention to that when I designed this. So let's see. Bear shut off. Take that out of steel. Put that here. Put the conveyor thermo sensor here. Transformation wire goes like this. And then we'll lead it up. Oh no, that's not right. Let's change this route a little bit. So we need it to go into the sensor. Then if it's the right temperature, it's cold, then I'll put it here. Have a conveyor bridge, and then we'll lead it out. And then if it's hot, then we let it continue. So like this. I'm just trying to feed it here in a way that it actually just connects onto here neatly. I don't think there is a way to do it. So I'll just... I'll just do it like that. There we go. It's not perfect, it will do. Then we deconstruct all of this. And then the iron, which will be below 125 degrees, will... There really isn't a nearer conveyor line? Guess not. I guess it'll go up here. So we'll bridge it on here, I think. And then we'll just come down. And then we'll go... this. Yeah, that'll probably do. And then we need power for consumers. So... something like this. Oh, that was the wrong button. Like that. Then we set this to... so it's going to come off if it's below 130. If it's warmer than 130, it'll keep circulating around here. Okay, I think we're almost done with this. What's going on with these? Yeah, so those batteries are steel. So the idea is, this steam should condense into water so it doesn't overpressurize ever. It'll flow over here, eventually get heated up by all of this, and then it'll go in a steam turbine. And then it will come out of the steam turbines, it will go in the oil well. Okay. I believe I'm currently having slight internet problems. Right, I think it's actually sorted now. So I'm going to get this room done too. I'm definitely not moving any of this, so we'll have farm tiles, we'll just have it above the insulation. So we'll put the doors in. Oh no! What happened? It's probably just an old Pip. I just fixed the camera on him and he dies. It's just about my luck, really. So we'll put a farm station here as well. And what temperature do the dusk caps need to be at to grow? So dusk cap. They need to be... Oh, they could be up to 35. Oh, okay. I thought it had to be colder than that. So that means we can just hook that onto the cooling loop. We can just bring that around. So we have 8 tons of slime on the map. And I think what we're going to want to do... I want to make sure we don't end up with polluted oxygen here. We probably won't because there's enough CO2 pressure down here that they won't. So perhaps I just put in the farm tiles for now. They just bring in the slime. I don't want to put too much automation effort here because we are just going to have... Actually, I might as well make all of these tiles, farm tiles. This isn't going to be permanent until we've got like a puff branch, but I want to dispose of the slime. I want to get some mushrooms and a juicer. So, seems like a neat way of doing both of those things. How many fungal spores we got? We got 9. That's actually a pretty good amount. Just give me a second. There we go. So we'll just copy these across. And then we'll bring this cooling loop down here. Building broken gas pipe. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna have some steam in here. Polluted oxygen we actually got. I guess the only real way of getting around that is... I mean, this is like microgram levels of polluted oxygen. I feel like this has fulfilled its purpose. So we'll disable that for now and just hopefully that will get deleted. When's this geyser gonna dormant? So 25 cycles on that. And this iron is erupting again, so that's going to go for a while. One thing I didn't think about with this room is the synchronization of the geysers. I'm hoping this build isn't contingent on that. Right, I believe we can deconstruct these, build these. Definitely seems like everyone's been keeping busy. It's interesting. We've actually just got a few small tiles of hot steam that just trapped here by the polluted oxygen. Bizarre. Yeah, this shouldn't take too long. I'll replace this with insulated pipe just in case we need it again. There we go. Yep, we'll keep expanding this. And this will be the last farm tile, and they'll just be regular tiles. And the reason we're doing this is to make sure the slime lung doesn't get into the base, because there's slime lung everywhere here. I definitely did something wrong with slime. It always happens. It just does. But as long as it doesn't get the base, I'm not. Oh god, why is it in here? Okay, well there's a liquid lock. We'll get past the liquid lock. A lot of food poisoning germs here. Oh right, yeah, that makes sense. Whoops. We've accumulated chlorine down here somehow. Okay, so the iron is now circulating in this gas. And that's not actually helping anything, is it? Wait. What? No. Oh, no. That's not right. What? What happened? It should be going... It should be going the other way. Oh, I didn't put the bridge here. Bollocks. Yeah, that's what I need to do. I need to put the bridge here. Okay, well we're just about to send an absolute shit ton of hot iron across the map. Oh, that's fun. You know, that's definitely what I wanted to do. Christ. Right. I knew I forgot something. Right, that's where that goes. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we'll be all right. Where is that route going again? So that's going. Yeah, I think we'll be all right. I definitely did not mean to do that. So I think I need to exit, or I think I need to remove a single tile of liquid from here for the loop to circulate. So let's do that. Yeah, there we go. So the polluted water should circulate again. Now we just need the steam to end up over here. It feels like we still need to ventilate out this tiny amount of gas. So I guess we'll do that. I guess we'll try that with a mini gas pump. Is that gonna work? I mean, it's probably gonna overheat, but I'm hoping the gas pressure here is so low that it will, by the time the steam gets here and overheats it, it's gonna be all right. We'll see. Let's speed to it again. Yeah, Turner's probably stressed because I've been yellow alerting everyone. At least the loop is working now. Oh, we got steam. So we got some power going in here. Gonna try and fill up the batteries. It's gonna run for like a millisecond. Not let any liquid out. Okay, that lets some liquid out. Yes, the plastic melts. I will keep an eye on the plastic pump. I was kind of worried about the plastic melting going to the place, but to be honest, I think it's actually handled the heat fairly well. I'm not seeing anything that's broken. But yes, we'll have to be careful with this. Ooh, now this is a good decorator. Now this is a good decorator, and I actually kind of want to start colonizing a new planet again. And I feel like we need like a proper decorator rather than Marie, who has just kind of ended up lumped into that role. So I think I'm actually gonna take Gossman. Gossman can be our decorator. Battery overheating. Oh, sweet Nelly. So Gossman will be our actual decorator. And Marie has the skill, but yeah, shouldn't really be doing it too much. So Marie can set decorating. Yeah, we can set these priorities back up for Marie. Gossman can have decorating and digging. Skills wise, yeah, you've got that. And yeah, I think we send Travaldo over because Travaldo's got the sunny disposition now as well. So he can start actually doing stuff at the other end. We'll send him back and he'll start preparing that planet for everyone else. Because I feel like we're getting closer and closer by the day to actually starting to set up a real base there. So this steam vent is about 500 grams per second, like I thought. So now we need this conveyor. This conveyor loop isn't actually doing that, so we need someone to do this yellow alert. In fact, I'm just going to yellow alert all of this. I don't want stuff to keep breaking in here. There you go, Travado. And what we're actually going to do is we're going to unequip your exosuit, because that was the mistake I made last time. So you can teleport. You can teleport, and someone else can deliver that exosuit back. So yeah, because you've got sunny disposition, I think you're right just living here again now. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we need to sort. Maybe this is where we have the puffed ranch, because we've got all the polluted water here. I don't know. But for now, you can just stuff until you're idle. Yeah, so let's get this all finished. Why have we got more polluted oxygen here now than we did before? We aren't venting any polluted oxygen, are we? Oh, Christ, we are. Sweep immediately. Balls. Who's gonna grab that? Or actually, how much polluted water is that? Do I just, let that evaporate? I don't know. Oh my god. No, Gosman, you're not allowed out. I'm sorry. You're forbidden. There you go. Go home. Go home, Gosman. You're not wanted here. You're doing your best. Unfortunately, it's not very much. Who's actually going to do this? Interesting that we got a sand tile here. Maybe some dirt that cooked or something. Oh my god, just get rid of this. Can I just empty that actually? Yeah, just empty it. I'm sure it'll evaporate with all this other stuff in here. Yeah, the thing about these mini gas pumps is that they're actually, well, they are plastic, so they are actually fairly good insulators. So if the gas pressure in the room is already low, they can actually work in high temperature rooms. Like I had a Slickster ranch that used to run off them, and they didn't break because they were just for waste gases, and the overall pressure in there was never high enough, even though the temperature was like 500 degrees. To actually do anything. Yeah, emptying that was actually much better. So now we've got a load of polluted water, polluted oxygen hanging out here. Hold on a sec. that's not really doing what we wanted to do at the moment. We've got sand. Yep. Batteries are breaking. Got more sand. I think this will slowly get the polluted oxygen out of here. Sorry, I'm just having some internet problems I'm trying to solve. Right, what else is overheating? Conveyor loader. Everything's overheating. You just desperately need to get this polluted oxygen out of here. And then the steam turbines will actually work. Alright, let's speed to this for a little bit. The guys have stopped erupting now, so hopefully this will keep pumping through the oxygen. The steam actually is being taken into the oil well. So it is getting turned into oil. Very, very slowly. Everything's overheating except the mini gas pump. That's because all the iron is over here. Yeah, we're slowly getting all the steam out of here. Oh, I know something you could do, Travado. You can put all the data banks in here and send them across the other planet. That would be handy. What else are you up to? Yes, and you get to help all the other people with their things. Yeah, let's see if you pick up the phone. Yeah, there you go. You should be helping everyone. Apologies, I'm beeping. Let me just pull this out. Yeah, let's see if you get the full bonus. I imagine you will. Yeah, so let's see. Morale. Yeah, sociable. There you go. You got the full bonus. Good job. Building entombment. Yep. Go back and sort this out. Looking like in this room. So we're mostly just pumping out the polluted oxygen now. Right, okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Sorry about that. There we go. So this is working. I believe you're just repairing all of this at the moment. Is it still going to overheat? Yeah, that's still going to overheat, so don't repair these. We'll just rebuild them when they're when the temperature in here is manageable again. Which will be when all the polluted oxygen is gone and these steam turbines are working properly. Let's see what's going on. So, ventilation. We're still getting the polluted oxygen out, it's just not very efficient. Well, so long as we aren't getting any more coming in, this should keep working. The mini gas pump really isn't going to get... because it's going to be in a vacuum most of the time as well. It's working fine. We've got lead. That's not good. Oh, Christ. Yeah, there we go. Overheating now. Yeah, okay, that's fine. No power here because that line was disconnected. Yep. Okay, I believe, yeah. Right. Sorry. I'm gonna have to go on break in a minute anyways because I've got dinner that's ready. Oh, we don't need the that tile there. I'm gonna put the door there instead. But we're still tiling it over for now just to get everything out of the way. Yeah, I just want to keep an eye on this just to see if I can get this to work properly. Wow, yeah, it looks like all of that lead is melting. This room is just super hot. We've got some phosphorus in here. Oh no! We got phosphorus and it's evaporating. Ah. It's not what I signed up for. Oh Christ. Okay, hold on. Okay, sweep. And store. All of this. We need more steam in here. Okay, all the phosphorus is flowing in here. Great. Oh no. And what temperature is phosphorite? So phosphorite melts at 244, but the phosphorus melts at... Oh, so that phosphorus is just going to stay as a liquid in here. Oh, that's weird. This has been much messier than I thought it would be. This is not the sour gas I was looking for. I know it's purple. It's not sour gas. But at least we are actually getting some decent steam out of this now. So we've actually got water that's going into the oil well. Gordon Bennett. Ooh, wow, look, we got 0.0 micrograms of phosphorus, so absolute zero in this room. And it's gone. Well, this is starting to work. Oh Christ, just got a blob of phosphorus here as well. Is there any actual use for phosphorus, or is it just something you just want to avoid making? I suspect there isn't a use for phosphorus. I mean, it's a liquid between 45 and 280 degrees. I could think of a better liquid for that. That would be oil. Although, what's the specific heat capacity of oil compared to phosphorus? So the specific heat capacity of oil is a lot higher. Phosphorus is a really low specific heat capacity. I don't think there is a use for phosphorus. But yeah, okay. I think we're starting to claw it back. Although, to be honest, this polluted oxygen is just going to hang around here for a while, isn't it? Just going to get in the way of the steam turbines. I just want to watch this. Well, I'm going to go have dinner in a minute, but I want to watch this just so I can see how consistent this is. I mean, this polluted water isn't really cooling down at all, because this isn't being powered. I think we can enable auto repair on these batteries. I feel like we're getting enough gas pressure in here now, we can do that. Not the conveyor thing though. Yeah, so we're slowly getting it all out. What's Travaldo up to? Oh, you're on the phone. I mean, we dug out a lot of the resources that we wanted previously. So, in terms of getting it habitable, I think... First of all, we want to tame this cobalt volcano. But I think the first thing we should do is just replace this all with mesh tiles. Dig this out. I believe Travaldo has all the skills he needs to do this. and then we'll put deodorizers here. But I believe my dinner is ready. So on this shot of failure, I'm gonna have a quick break. So I will be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. And in the meantime, you get to hear the new background playlist. So I'll see you in a minute. Hello, I'm back. Yes, I'm glad I've put together a playlist of a few more different songs for these intermissions. Yes, we're back. It's a very nice dinner. So, yeah, let's get back to it. Alrighty. So, where were we? Ah, yes, we had a load of phosphorus that was just melting and being a absolute pain. What's on yellow alert? So, just sweeping all of this stuff out here before it melts again. It looks like a wire has melted. Why did I make all this wire out of lead? Why did I think that was going to be a good idea? We actually have more iron than lead now. Let's just remake this up. Iron. Oh wait, no. This is steel. This is steel. That's iron. Right, okay. There we go. Well, that, we're just doing a bit of careful maintenance on this at the moment because we've got some phosphorus in here that keeps evaporating and then condensing again, and it's just being very annoying. I completely forgot that phosphorus was going to do that. I really like. Okay, here's the tip. Here's the tip today. Sweep out your volcano rooms before the volcanoes erupt. That's how you actually solve this problem. I mean, well, we're pumping some of that gas out, but we just need to sweep it off here, really. In fact, we need to dump that somewhere, I think. So let's set up a pitcher pumper here. And we'll empty that out over here. Because I get the feeling I might be sweeping up and it might just be evaporating again. Condensing again. Yeah, like, I don't think you're actually doing anything there, buddy. I think we've got a fairly large container of it. Yeah, we've got 76.1 kilograms of phosphorus, so we just need to get out of there. It's not phosphorite, it's phosphorus. So we'll just drop it all over here. And this is now overheating because of the phosphorus pressure. Great. Yeah, this didn't quite work out how I wanted it to. Let's re-enable this. And get this cleaned up. Sweep this up again. Yeah, we've got lead over here. Christ. Yes, please just pump all of this out. I've got a load of gas just melting out this pipe. Okay. I think that's fine, as long as it's exiting out of the top rather than out of the bottom. I'm not confident it is. We're emptying the phosphorus out over here. Yeah, this steel pump is gonna start misbehaving soon. Okay, this needs to be regular. This needs to be insulated pipe. So the steam vent's going to erupt in 54 seconds. Oh man, this got a bit messy. We're going to end up with some phosphorus liquid down here as well, but as long as it's down here, I don't think it's actually a problem. I think we are slowly getting the phosphorus out of this room. Okay, that pipe segment needs to be done immediately. I still find this interesting though, because we have so much steam over here compared to the other gases, but the gas pressure is still being maintained. I keep telling you to sweep this, it keeps not getting swept. I get the feeling it's just a different load of phosphorus just being condensing here. But yeah, there's two lessons to be learned from this. Always like ventilate your rooms properly before you open up the gas producing geyser, and also sweep up anything that can potentially melt in the room. And in this case, it was phosphorite. It's not super common next to an iron volcano, but here we are. So we are venting out some of the steam as well, but at least everything else seems to have stopped overheating for now. No, it hasn't. How's everything else going? Let's look away from that for a minute. Is anything else going on that we need to solve? So, Hatch Ranch needs a dude, Drecker Ranch needs a dude. So, let's wrangle some guys. And let's wrangle some guys here. Still trying to finish up our mushroom farm as well. We had a bit of a slime lung problem over here, so we're just building out the tiles to sort of reclaim back the area from the slime lung. Well, I believe we're getting most of the polluted oxygen out, at least. But I believe we need to deconstruct and reconstruct the mini gas pump as well. See, this was actually doing alright, and then the area filled up with the phosphorus gas, and then it was a high enough pressure to actually cause us to overheat. But yeah, we're getting a decent amount of stuff out of this now. And this cooling loop is working well. It's not cooling anything at the moment, but it is condensing the steam, which is the important thing. We have managed to get some oil out of here, sent to the plastic presses. Or should I say polymer presses? So we got 14.3 tons of plastic again. That's good. We got some lead. Let's dump that out of here as well. We do not want lead liquid anywhere. Although, lead liquid is actually surprisingly useful in this game, because it has a temperature range of 300 degrees to 1749. There are applications where that's relevant. I'm trying to remember that off the top of my head, but I think I had a build where I used like a pipe run that was mostly lead. Like, you can use it with a thermium metal refinery, and then you can have your heat outputting pipe be like, I mean, it doesn't have a lot of heat capacity, but it does let you export liquids that are like over 1,000 degrees through pipes, if you need that for something. I'm trying to remember what I needed it for. I think it was for a Volcano Tamer. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna quickly have a diversion. We're gonna go have a look. We're gonna go have a look at the previous build I made that actually used lead liquid, because this is something I'm curious about now. So don't mind me. We're gonna go on a little detour. And we'll just let the game reload. I believe it was this map. So we'll just have a quick look at this. Yeah, I like... I'm sure I've used lead in this build or something. Let's have a quick look. We're trying our best, we're just loading. So, yeah, any day now. Okay, so I believe it was in this big Volcano Tamer. Did I have lead somewhere? I think at one point I did have lead. I had like a lead, either it was a lead liquid lock or it was just like a pool of lead, of liquid lead, that would allow the magma to condense, but it would still be a liquid. I mean, I've just got naphtha here for these heat exchange tiles, because this is all in a liquid, this is all a vacuum. So I think at one point I used lead because it wasn't going to evaporate at like super high temperatures. And it also wasn't going to freeze at like below 1400. But yeah, unfortunately it looks like I didn't actually use it here. So sorry about that. I thought I did. I've seen Francis Johns do some show off some crazy builds. Like metal refineries are pumping steel around, like liquid steel around pipes, to melt. I believe it was to melt pipes made out of insulation. He was melting insulation and producing tungsten. So he had some kind of super hot metal in his metal refineries. I haven't done anything like that yet. I'm looking forward to trying. Yeah, I hope you're all having a nice Sunday evening. I'm certainly having a nice relaxed time. Not always around on a weekend, but I am today because it's been super stormy and I haven't felt like going out and doing anything else. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It was. It was. It was one of his base showcase videos. Yeah, it wasn't his base. It was someone else's. Yep, that is correct. Oh blimey! Talk about alert spam. Right, we've got a new principal. Oh Christ! No! Don't crash on me! uh, hold on. Is this because I happened to leave the game right as it was autosaving? I really hope I haven't broken this. Let's try again. I've never had it crash, like, immediately on a new day. Let's see what happens. To be fair, like, this game doesn't crash very often. Like, considering how much stuff is going on, it runs pretty well. Like, I was playing Noitra a while ago, and that was really fun, but it crashed a lot. And it, like, because it's a roguelike and you can't really save, like, you had to take manual backups of what you were doing in case there was a crash. And I didn't find that super fun, which is a shame, because I did really enjoy the actual game. Right, let's just play. And not click anything. Hold on. Where's the game gone? Not gonna load? It should load. There it is. Right, good news. We haven't crashed. Yeah, we'll just take some brine. So this is iron that's just melted and coming out of here. So not phosphorus. Okay, I'm not entirely sure what's happening. It looks like we have actually managed to get rid of all of the phosphorus from this room. Yes, let's make sure we dump the lead out as well. And the wire's gone. Or did that never get built? Do I still need the mini gas pump here? I could probably do that. We'll try it again. So that's going to erupt again in a second. We've got microgram levels of polluted oxygen here now. Although now it's gone up to milligram. Probably just because it's being compressed. And we need to repair this tile. So... construct. Yeah, this isn't overheating. The pressure's low enough. Sorry, this has just ended up being quite a lot of annoying cleanup. No one coming to do this? No, you are. So, ventilation pipe. Yeah, you can just do that right now. Or I guess someone else will. I believe we don't need to sweep any of this up. So... yeah, it's just that... like... yep. And we drop the lead off and then it forms a tile. Yeah, I think we're getting there. We've almost got all this other gas out. There we go. We've got a little bit of phosphorus out. Mostly just steam there now. We'll just leave these on for a little bit longer. But it looks like overall starting to get somewhere. Good power. Okay, that's fine. Okay, actually, I think we're there. There's one tile left of polluted oxygen. So... if I disable this... we're almost there. We've almost done it. Ah, yes, there we go. We got it. Alright. Deconstruct. We've done it. It took a long time, but we have got just steam in here now. We have got a lot of phosphorus liquid in here, but that shouldn't re-evaporate. And we're going to seal this off eventually anyways, but we do want to evaporate all this water. So this should work now. So let's... I mean, this is still overheating just because there's so much heat here. We just need this to keep erupting for a little bit before we reactivate this. Yeah, we can deconstruct this. Ventilation pipe-wise, we can deconstruct this. I'm going to leave this here just in case. This polluted water should be fine here for a while. It shouldn't overheat. So I think we can actually say that's done for now. So we're just going to leave it to erupt for a while and heat all of this up and eventually just fill the room with steam. So let's actually move on to something else for now. There's only the items there that are damaged. Yes, let's move on to something else. So we're almost finished with this. I'd quite like to get this built. So this will be the next priority. And to satisfy this, we're basically just going to have to bring this cooling loop down here as well. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. These plants are actually overheating a little bit. Probably because the water they're being fed with is slightly hot. Not too much of a problem for now, but it could get worse if we're not careful. Right, let's speed to it a little bit. Branches look fine. Could probably eat some animals, save some frames. One thing I have noticed does regularly crash this game is if you have animals queued up to be attacked and wrangled at the same time. Like, if you have the same animal queued up to be attacked and wrangled, the game can get very confused and crash. So I try not to do that. These guys are all getting sheared now too, that's excellent. And we're building up a big stockpile of food. A lot of meal lice, which I didn't really expect. But we've also actually got a lot of surf and turf, which is really good. I think I'm actually at the point where I might consider... We've almost got enough Paku, where I'm at the point of considering stopping barbecue going to the fridge and just cooking it here instead. How have we ended up with so many bad gases in our base again? I feel like we solved this problem and then it sort of unsolved itself. Like, we have natural gas, we have chlorine. What gives? This liquid lock hasn't broken. It's sour gas. Oh no, I remember. It's because we broke open the ceiling and we weren't careful. So I probably want to filter these gases out because it's just annoying. But we've done loads of fiddly maintenance work already. I want to work on something different. I don't think this is leaking heat anywhere. This polluted water should be getting quite hot. Yeah, I think we can just leave this now. And we'll come back and fix it when the steam pressure is correct. So we can put a door here. Is it about time to start rerouting the loop? I think it is. So bring this down here. Then bring it across here. Then up it around here. And like this. And this loop is running at... Actually, that's a bit colder than I thought it was. That's fine. It can run a bit colder. As long as it doesn't get below 5 degrees, that's what we're looking for. And we're not letting any slime lung into the base by bringing the slime here, are we? No. Okay, that's good. It looks like this pepper stuff has been going alright. It's not really being harvested very much. Although actually Ren's doing it. I probably just missed him doing it. How much pinch of pepper, or how much pepper nut, pepper thing do we have? How much pepper do we have? Let's see. Doesn't quite say. Ah, so close. We're almost there. We haven't quite got the fungal spores for this yet, but we can find more fungal spores. We just need to demolish more slimy biomes. That could be priority 9. It is very nice watching them just hammer out all these pipes, like, really quickly. We can get rid of this one as well and put the other door in. Okay. And then we can put ladder here and just extend this access chute all the way down. We can get rid of that too. Blimey, we're still murdering animals. I'm sure this will help all of my frames. Looks like we're actually consuming the natural gas. Though this... Whoa, 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 whoa. How do we end up with so much polluted water in here? Oh, this pump's been backing up. Oh, that's no good. Why has the pump been backing up? So the pump's been backing up because it's been feeding onto this loop, but the water is actually going this way only. Okay, I think I need to put in another bridge here. I think that's what needs to happen. Means we're gonna have to go back in here. Man, I wish I spotted that sooner. How are we even gonna solve that? Because that means that battery isn't gonna work and these natural gas generators just aren't gonna run. Which is probably a problem that will solve itself. So we'll just let that happen. Yeah, you better go back in now. And then we'll build a bridge that will go here. That should solve the priority issue. Why are you running on this? This should be, like, the absolute lowest priority. Okay, we're almost done with this. Those didn't need to be yellow alerts. And then we can deconstruct these tiles. So now, yeah, now that pump is doing overtime, trying to drain all that water off. As intended. Okay. That should fix itself then. And then these plants will come back online. Yeah, so this is almost done. So we're just getting the last pipe hooked up. It shouldn't take very long. Yep, so that can go across like that. So close. Just go and build a tile. Yes. And I'm going to set these to priority 9 just so that they get tended to. Because we do want to consume all of that slime with the mushrooms. Just stop it from being a nuisance. Right, how's it looking? We're not cooling this room at all, so we shouldn't be getting any heat loss. Should just keep getting hotter and hotter. This is abyssalite here, so no heat transfer should be happening with that. We should just be heating up all of this stuff slowly. We've got a vacuum. Ow. I'm not sure I understand. Well, we definitely don't want a vacuum. I guess I'll delete the mesh tiles. That will probably help with that. That is very peculiar. We were so close. We were so close to greatness. So we've got another Draco here. How much phosphorite do we have? We have like 170 tons, so we're definitely not consuming too much, turning it all into fertilizer. Oh yeah, this polluted water level is going right down, so yeah, that problem should solve itself. Yep. Just need these 2 tiles to be solved. I wonder what Travado's up to. So many hatches here as well. Oh, so you really don't have very much to do at the moment. You're almost out of things to do. Oh yes, oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I want to put some deodorizers over here. Just to clean up the oxygen. I think eventually we'll have a puff branch here, but for now we'll just do this. And we can use regular wires for this. Ha ha ha. You can just go like... Okay, okay, not quite like that. Like this. And then we'll just ladder across to here. There you go. The Travado's all happy to be here now because he's got a sunny disposition. And his stress is still going up. That's a really good sign, isn't it? Right, that's done. So we can deconstruct these tiles now. There we go. So yeah, we're just trying to set up this mushroom farm. We don't have renewable slime, because we don't have a puff branch. But I do want to get rid of all the slime anyways, and we need mushrooms for the juicer. And as far as I can tell, people aren't tracking germs in here by moving the slime in here. I'm not seeing any slime lung germs in the base. Maybe I'm just blind. There's lots of slime lung germs outside of the base. But I don't care about that because no one's leaving the base unless they're in an exosuit. Yeah, so we're delivering these. Nice. They're still too hot at the moment. Because we need to deconstruct this. Let's see if we time it right. We did. No leak. Excellent. So we can deconstruct those. Might as well make this one an insulated tile too. And now we've got the cold-ish polluted water coming in here. And that should help cool these mushrooms down. Because they need to be 35 degrees max. And this part of the base is currently 40. Which is bad because that means the oxyferns are probably going to start going soon. Because we're generally running a hot base and then cooling down the individual rooms. Like, the glossy Draco Ranches are all cool. The freezer is cool. That's on its own loop from over here. The mealwood is cool here. The Dracos are fine in the hot temperature, but the mealwood needs to be cool. And we're trying to cool down the oxygen. It's not quite as cold as it should be. But I don't think it's actually causing any problems. And yeah, we're just ending up with way more critters than we can reasonably deal with. We've got almost 1 million calories stored up now. We're actually getting a very decent amount of surf and turf stored up, which is really good. So one thing I want to do when going over to this planet is I want to find some sleet wheat and I want to start wild planting it at home or something. So it can only grow between -55 and 5, and it requires water. So it requires cold water and it requires really careful management. I mean, there is already cold polluted water and cold brine over here. Maybe we can do something with that. But it's probably easy just to wild plant it. And we'll need the sleet wheat at some point so we can make berry sludge, because berry sludge is food that does not go off and gives people a good morale bonus. So we're going to want that for space travel. Yeah, it looks like the mushrooms are growing. They are very understated. So we could probably find a few more buried objects in slimy biomes, but I don't really want to release any more slime than I've already released, if I'm being honest. I'm trying to think of if there's any obvious places we could go. I mean, this bit here isn't slimy, but I also can't see many buried objects. There are buried objects down here, but then this is all slimy. See, what I did in the last map is I had a chlorine vent, and I just opened that, and I flooded the entire outside of the map with chlorine to get rid of the slime lung. I ain't doing that this time, there's no chlorine vent. But I believe we've actually tamed all 5 iron volcanoes. I say that, and this conveyor isn't moving. Why not? Did I break this? Yes. I need to put a bridge here. I think. The logic on these is quite weird. Because I've got some of these conveyor shutoffs triggering when the iron is above a certain temperature, and I've got some of them triggering when it's below a certain temperature. So some of the loops are coming off this receptacle end of the shutoff, and some of them are coming out the loader end. So I'm having to get creative with the conveyor bridges. But that'll get done. In fact, I think Frankie's about to do it right now. Yeah, there we go. We have a lot of mechatronics engineers in this colony. So food is decayed, pinch pepper nut. Yes, I think we're making stuffed berry as well. I think people are eating that first. We're not making a huge amount of it. But yeah, we are making our own fertilizer. So, I think we are fertilizer positive. Yeah, we've got almost 10 tons of it now. So we can use these farm stations as much as we like. Swap out slime, fertilizer. So we can probably grow quite a few mushrooms off of this. Are there any fungal spores over here? Let's see. I doubt it. No. No, I don't think there's any swampy biomes over here. That's fine. I'll set these to priority 9 as well so that they do actually fertilize these more. Because I need them to reproduce faster so we can get the whole room full. So in the meantime, how's this Tamer doing? Well, we've removed the vacuum from over here. So let's replace these. There's still a vacuum there. I get the feeling it's just because of low steam pressure. But I think this is actually getting to the point where we can re-enable auto repair on these. And get this actually working again. That's actually within the temperature range that we can turn it on again, I think. This is not. This is not. But yeah, we had an absolute catastrophe over here. Here we had a load of phosphorite that was right by the iron volcano, and because we got rid of all the gases, it just melted the phosphorite into phosphorus, and most of it ended up here and here. So yeah, let's get some omelets. Okay. So, yeah, how's Travaldo doing? I feel like Travaldo has more stuff to do than anyone else at the moment. Yeah, you're just trying to build all of this stuff. We'll need a scientist over here as well. I mean, this is Travaldo's kind of hovel at the moment, because he's a very resilient dupe. He's sunny disposition, germ resistant, iron stomach, so he's just living in his own filth and loving it. But we are eventually going to have to set up proper facilities, and I might actually start doing that now. We let this polluted oxygen get way out of hand from this. So we need to get this sorted. I'm not sure which other colonists we're actually going to get to come over here, because we need a scientist to research these things. In fact, I'm actually going to deconstruct those. So we can put a ladder here, and then we can come and analyze this. I feel like this is going to overpressurize. I don't think we've got any cobalt from this for a while. We are going to need to pump this out eventually. We were pumping fresh water out of here, but I might reconfigure that pipe to pump the polluted water out. We can just feed it into our main network. But at this point, this is so much polluted water, I'm not sure what we're actually going to feed with it. We've already got 8 pit branches. We could just set up a thimbleweed farm. That seems reasonable. Turn it all into reed fiber. I mean, we have a load of reed fiber already, but I'm sure we'll want a load more eventually for insulation or something. Right, you're filling up this liquid lock. It's not quite working because we've got water here. I think this will eventually push the water out. Still need to fill this liquid lock. Can you fill that one first, and then fill this one? No, are you actually going to repair this? No, let's just deconstruct and rebuild these, I think, at this stage. I think we're getting temperatures down enough in here we can do that. Not quite enough steam pressure in here for these to work yet. We're just trying to evaporate all this water. But it's taking an age. It's taking an age because we've got the steam coming in here. That's condensing and flowing into here. It is heating it up slowly. We're just not getting enough steam over here to actually move this. So all the heat is building up in this iron, and it's not really getting shifted anywhere. When this erupts again, what should be happening for this to work is the steam should go over here and heat this up. Or absorb the heat from this iron. But what's actually happening at the moment is that the steam is condensing here, floating into the pool, heating up this water, which we do eventually want to evaporate, but it's taking an age. So maybe what we do is some temp shift plates. Would that help? I've never been a huge aficionado with temp shift plates. No conveyor receptacle. I feel like some conveyor rail melted here. So we'll need that conveyor rail to be steel. Then we don't have any tungsten. What happened to the tungsten? We did have some tungsten. Not a lot, but a little. And then we have the thermoacrotuner here. So we'll rebuild that. But yeah, I wouldn't advise trying to tame a water vent, a steam vent, and an iron volcano in the same room. I would advise just having 2 separate rooms. I just wanted to see if I could. And I think the answer is yes, but it's going to take like 50 cycles for it to actually evaporate this water. Yeah, this wire is melted as well. Yeah, so that needs to all be steel. Oh my god, we got more phosphorus in here. That needs to go immediately. Ah, now there's the actual smart idea from Tom. We should modify this loop temporarily to run through the water. That would definitely solve the issue. So we'll do that. Thank you. We'll just do that for now, because the last thing I want to do is evaporate all this phosphorus again. In fact, I might not even do that. I might just do it here. Just dip the toe in. Because once we've evaporated the water, we're just going to seal this off. And unfortunately, I think there's enough phosphorus in here. It's going to not be possible to sweep it. Let's speed to it. Speed to it. We'll go back to Glowy Planet. Okay, we are starting to get some of this done. How much sand do we have on this planet? We have a lot of sand, so we can run this for a while. And we'll do that and just get rid of all the polluted oxygen. I don't believe there's any polluted oxygen coming from anywhere else. Sweep all of that. Sweep all of this. And that should do. And then, yeah, and then we'll just purify all this. I think eventually we'll set up a puff branch here or something. Because I do want some slime to come in. Yeah. Oh, it's been a fairly interesting day. Just trying to get this to work. Finishing off the transit tubes. I think we've got the transit tubes wherever we want to get them now for sending people to and back from the other planet, sending supplies to the other planet, all that stuff. I'm trying to get our mushroom farm online. Fixed a few other miscellaneous problems here and there. And just banking calories, to be honest. We've got like 1 million calories now. Which is about 1 million more than we had at the end of last stream. As we didn't have a working fridge until then. Or freezer. Yeah, let's get this done. I think I'll just leave that tile open for now. And yeah, let's get this all swept. If for no other reason than to stop it absorbing all the extra heat. We don't really need it to do that. So I'm going to put some storage bins here as well. And we'll just sweep them into there. But yes, good idea as always, Tom. So we've melted a lot of things today that we didn't want to melt, but I think we've ended up in a pretty good spot. Yeah, so the thermo aquatuner is running here again. So that's gonna help condense the steam, which isn't something we actually want at the moment, I don't think. I mean, that's going to generate more heat in this area, which is going to heat up steam when it gets to this area. But we don't have a lot of steam pressure yet, so we don't want this to work yet. So we'll disable that for now. And disassemble those. And then we'll hook this up. Who's coming to do this? Max. I do wonder how these guys decide who's going to go and do what. It feels like they're actually getting fairly efficient. Like, the travel time is actually surprisingly low. And it's probably because of all the transit tubes. Hi, Tony. If you had airflow tiles under the mesh and dump a small layer of water into the mesh, you maintain a barrier that the PO2 can't cross. However, the deodorizer is raised to 2, so it can draw PO2 from below waterline, expel O2 above water. Great if power not reliable as well. Yeah, I think... Yeah, I mean, these are currently working. I think it is off-gassing correctly here. Let's see. Okay, it currently says it's actually inert. So... Ah, yes, I see what you mean. So these need to be, like, a level higher, is that what you're saying? So... Yeah. Maybe we need to do that for now. Although, I mean, for now, I just want to get rid of it in the air. What we'll do next is we'll set up a pump here, and we'll pump it back to the home colony. Then the water level will drop, and then this should work properly. This should off-gas, and then we'll take all the off-gas from that. So that's what we'll do next. So, what's this doing then? So now, if we... Well, I guess for now, if we do this... Christ. Right, deconstruct this. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense, Tony. Thanks for that. So this should start dumping a load of heat into the water. We can see that's already heating up. It's not too much, it should be just enough to get it going. Or, more importantly, it should be enough just to get the iron out of here. Because it's currently just causing a load of problems. So, let's extend this back up here. We'll leave that to run for a while. And in the meantime, we'll just get all this stuff swept. So, sweep only, no critter eggs, no slime. Whatever. I don't mind if there's slime here, to be honest. It's actually in liquid. So, oh yeah, we're going to want that priority 9. So the next thing, I believe, is just to actually pump this all over. Because we just want to reduce this water level. We want to reduce this water level so the volcano will actually erupt. We don't want to reduce it too much, because then it's going to turn to steam. But I think eventually the idea will be to separate these. But for now, we'll just do it like this. So we're literally just going to hook that up to the previous pump. None of those pumps are working anymore. So we'll disable them just to be safe. And then on the other end, we'll hook this up to the polluted water network. So at the moment, it's hooked up to the regular water, which we do not want. So we actually want to deconstruct all this pipe that we left behind. We don't need that anymore. And we might want another pipe to go in that way to the industrial block, so that's relevant. So where do we want the... Oh no, what's going on here? Oh no. We've got oil in our polluted water. Which means we've got oil in our regular water. Oh boy, we're gonna have fun. Christ. Sweep that all up now. Deconstruct. How did oil get in there? We didn't let any oil in here, did we? There's oil here. There's oil here. There shouldn't be oil here. Get rid. Right, okay. I think you've done a good enough job with that. Okay. At least the battery's working again now. Right, what the crap are we gonna do about all this oil that's in our loop now? We're gonna have to check all these pipes, aren't we? Maybe not. Let's just do some emergency plumbing. Let's hope we can get this done quickly enough. Right, okay. This could have... Imagine if I didn't spot this until like 30 cycles later. How much trouble we'd be in. I think we're still in trouble, to be honest. Oh no. Everyone's gonna be using the bathrooms now. Right, we've disconnected this, so we can at least get rid of it from here. Ah, how did oil get in there? I thought we were doing well. Okay. Have any of you ever had like a particularly game-ending like liquid leak? I'm not sure I've ever had a liquid leak or something like this where it's just completely ended the game and like I haven't been able to recover from it, but I feel like there's times where it's been close. Right, this is gonna take. This is going to take a minute or two. Yeah, at least I was able to catch it before it got too bad. It's interesting how sometimes there's a delay on the plumbing command being completed and the liquid being removed. Right, we've got a little bit more here. Oh, hold on, this one's moving. Presumably more bathroom loop stuff. So that's all... It's interesting, actually, that the oil goes into the water sieve and it doesn't damage the water sieve. Or does it damage the water sieve? It doesn't seem like it is. Oh, it is. Yeah, that makes sense. So, is it causing wrong element damage in these? Or is it just stopping the buildings from being used? It looks like it's damaging the building. And then just deleting the liquid. Is actually not too bad. Right, let's continue emptying these. Hmm. You're very happy, you're like, yay, I get to empty oil out of the pipe. Okay. 1 down, 10 to go. Oh. Okay. Right, I think we can reactivate. Oh no, there's one here too. Okay. We'll get this and then we can reactivate the loop at least. Yeah, there we go. Now we can re-add that bridge. There we go. And now we just need to get rid of all of these. Probably won't go quite as smoothly as that. Yeah, I think we're getting it. Ugh. Crisis averted. Oh, that's interesting. Some of the oil is actually being released back into the bathrooms. Ooh. So they're washing themselves in the oil, and then the oil is going down the drain and going back into stuff. Gross. Can you imagine having a shower in oil? Like crude oil. It'd be like one of those environmental disaster videos. Yes, shouldn't be too many more tiles. I'm worried that it's gonna have accumulated in some of the hydroponics as well. So let's keep going. Not too many more. I think it's just these 3. So 1, 2. Come on, you're all here. 2. Then this one. No, this one. I just didn't put a filter or anything there because I just honestly did not expect oil to end up in that part of the base. Right. So there's still a few oil tiles I've looped back in here. Have we got oil in the hydroponics? I don't think so. Sorry, just a couple more tiles and then we'll be done. I think it's just 3 more. Oh my god. Can you not deconstruct that any faster? It's a race. It's a race against time. Right, there we go. And now you're like, well, I'm here. I might as well run some pips. I'm sure glad that these pips aren't covered in oil. That would be bad. Who's coming to do this? You are. Okay. Hold on. Let me cancel that. Right, there we go. And then there's a third one, which is here. Right, I believe that's all of the oil out of the system. Okay, I think we're actually done. Apologies for that. It kind of had to be done. So we're back. Don't think there's anything in here. Let's check the hydroponics. Don't think any oil's been leaked out into them. Yeah, I think we're alright. Okay. We're done. Yes, we're done. Right, okay. No more oil in this room, please. Right, so what are we doing? So we were over here. You are high stress, which is quite impressive considering you have minus 20 distress. So we need to hook this pump up. Oh yeah, that's what we were actually doing. We were setting this pump up so we could send more polluted water back to our base. Lower this level so that deodorizers work properly. So now we need to go back to our main base. And then this pipe, which has the polluted water in it, we're gonna feed that somewhere. So I think what makes the most sense to do is just to take it out of here and feed it in here. Yes. Or actually, we could even just feed it in here as an optional thing. Right. We'll bring that across here. You can deconstruct this and make a bridge, and then we can bridge across as well. So, like this. And just release a load of oil. Okay. So, which way is that oil going? It's going down. So, that's what we need to do. Then this pipe goes in. No, like that. Hold down shift. We need to make sure that I do that. And then we can go across like here. And feed that on here. And I think what we'll do is, I think we'll prioritize feeding it from the other planet, and we'll let this overfill for now. Because we need to lower that other level. There we go. So if we put a bridge here, and then we feed that on here, send that down there. That should work. I honestly feel like half of this game is learning how the pipe logic works, and as soon as you know how the pipe logic works, you're halfway to anywhere. It's like getting into orbit in Kerbal Space Program. This isn't Kerbal Space Program, this is Duplicate Space Program. Except we're not in space yet. We're still doing all the other stuff. I'm also aware I told these guys to deconstruct this pipe, and I've asked them to build the same pipe again in the same place. I do that a lot. That's fine, you can starve in this room. It's a bit ironic because it's a kitchen, but I don't mind. How many databanks did we get on the other planet? 3! Nice! Maybe we'll find more. So this appears to be working. Just need to finish that pipe there. What about Travaldo? Travaldo is not doing anything. But we are pumping the water. And this is all germy water, yep. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that this doesn't pump the bottom layer, because I want to make sure that there's enough for this to erupt into. And that should neutralize the heat output from this. So that should just tame this volcano. And we'll end up with, like, hot polluted water. Oh. Yeah, I probably don't want that in the long run. In the short run, we'll have hot, cold polluted water, and then we'll come back and fix this. So, hydro sensor. We did refine some copper specifically for this planet. Oh, that's what I should do. I should go back and send refined metal back to the other planet. So, yeah, it is this place. Yeah, allow manual use, refined metal, and then let's send them lead. We'll just send them back a nice chunk of lead. Actually, no, I'll just send them back iron, because, like, they can build anything they want out of the iron, and we have loads of it. We don't have a huge amount of gold, so I'll keep the gold. And steel. How much steel do we have? We have 17 tons. I'll send over some steel if I specifically need it, but I think I'll send over, like, 10, 20 tons of iron. Just to get it started. So what is currently restraining the steel output? I imagine it's lime. Yeah, it's lime. We don't have any lime. So this is broken again. Oh, right, yeah. This is broken again. So we need to put we need to put the iron on here. Otherwise, we're not going to get any of this iron out of here. This water is heating up, and considering how much water it is, it's not bad. Still haven't quite filled this liquid lock up either. I mean, this functions for now. I like having the 4 tiles just to be safe in case there's accidents. I really don't like doing these sort of 2 tiles ones where they're stacked on each other because they get disrupted super easily. But I don't think there's any other way of doing this freezer properly. We'll take some glass. Yes, we'll take some glass. So the meal wood is too hot now. What's going on with this natural gas? So... Not ideal. Can we get this to run a bit colder? No, because it's basically running non-stop at the moment. I didn't really want to get rid of this natural gas loop. I know it's not as efficient as the other loops, but this is the cooling loop we started the base with. And I want to keep it as like a relic, but it may not be efficient enough. I mean, it's coming out of here with like 7-8 degrees of heat gained, and then it's gaining like another 5 degrees of heat down here. Got to keep these trees cool, but we need these trees cool, and it's almost not managing that. Travado's finished. Right, what else do you want to do? I think I just want you to put deodorizers everywhere. just do it. We'll fill in these tiles. We'll put a load of deodorizers on here. We should not have let this get this bad. But we will solve the problem. We have the sand, we have the technology, we can we can do it. Plant some more meal wood here as well. I am going to want to send over a second scientist, a scientist at some point. But let's actually make a very rudimentary, normal habitation block. We'll want a normal bathroom as well. What seeds do we have over here? I've really just done the absolute bare minimum on this planet so far. Do we have any... We could probably do some bog buckets to consume the polluted water. There's bog buckets in here. Yeah, there's bog buckets. So let's excavate the polluted dirt, and obviously we'll make sure that we handle the polluted oxygen from that as well. But yeah, let's plant some bog buckets so we can use those to feed our bathroom. We'll just make a normal bathroom, a normal bedroom, and just make it normally habitable for 2 dudes. Need to rebuild the auto sweepers. we're only going to get another 15 cycles of steam out of this. I may need to extend these further down after all. Let me check. So, polluted water here, that's going to come out at 30 degrees. Bog buckets like a temperature of 30 degrees. So, just about? Oh, I guess the temperature of the polluted water coming out of the dupes is going to be slightly higher, but it's going to be relatively low volume. And to be honest, we have so many cool slush geysers up here. I think all I need to do is just activate one of these and have it just drown the base. Like the salt slush geyser. Then that will cool the base enough that we can just do what we want. Yeah, at least we've got the water pumping out. So send signal if above 500, I would say. Actually, let's just do above 1,000 or above 950, and then we'll end up with like one complete tile more or less covering the volcano. So it should still erupt, but we'll still get it out. So we need to put the conveyor loader back in. And we need to do this. We need to sweep all this water up as well, so you're not just running in water constantly, because that's setting you off. I know your morale is low. I don't expect that your morale is going to be high. Yeah, you've got plenty of stuff to do there, Travado. Then set this to refined metal. So, I'm not sure how long this is going to run for, but the more heat we can just dump into this water, the better. I could even... Actually, now that I think about it, I could even just put some storage bins in here. And sweep the iron and set it to sweep only. Install those, yellow alert. That's probably the actual better way of doing this, because if I'm trying to do it off the conveyors alone, it's going to take too long, because these are going to overheat again at some point, because there's not enough steam pressure, because there's not enough metal in there. But once this kick starts, it should work. But let's actually... Okay, I guess we'll do that after downtime. Yeah, it's already damaged. Okay. I want to evaporate all this water. There's so much water here. That could be so much oil. I'm just being greedy. So in the meantime, the mushrooms are growing. It's good. We haven't got a load of slime lung in the base. We've got slime in these things. I don't think that's a problem. Hmm. I don't like slime lung. That Atmos suit is still there as well. It's come to drop that off. I guess we can deliver it here. Yeah, there we go. Someone will deliver that. Yeah, this wasn't going to work, so let's speed to it. This is just Travaldo's master suite. This is where Travaldo will stay, and then the rest of the colony will be set up for everyone else. like I'll make it so that only Travaldo can go in here. It'll just be his journey zone. Yeah, so let's yellow alert this. We'll just get them to fill the storage bins with the iron. Because this iron is accumulating faster, we can get rid of it. Yeah, this idea is heating it up. Still not super quick, but there's so much water here. I don't think there is a super quick way of heating this up. Apart from having like a liquid tepidizer, but that's gonna stop working at some point. What I did do in my previous base was I had a tepidizer hooked up to clock sensors that kept going off like every 0.5 seconds, and that allowed the tepidizer to boil stuff, but I'm pretty sure that's not intended, so I'm not gonna do that. So, refined metal, iron, sweep only, yellow alert, and then sweep this. And we'll sweep this. What are the other yellow alerts? So this should heat up the water as well. Got the iron in here, that is losing temperature. At the very least, this will stop all of this from overheating so easily. Wow, you guys are hot even in your suits. That's a bad thing. I mean, another thing I could do with this iron is I could build temp shift plates out of it. So long as you're not sending hot iron all over the base. Okay, it looks like this liquid lock... Okay, it's not quite done. So at least it's going to stop this stuff from overheating so much. I hope. Oh, I've still got more phosphorus over here. Dump phosphorus. Thank you. Okay, so I think that's mostly iron. So set these to 9. And then do that. It's going to start heating up that water. So I think I'm going to try making some temp shift plates out of that. That should really kickstart things. I feel like that's my mission for the rest of the day, is to just evaporate this water. I'm hoping that won't take too long. This water is heating up really quickly now. Well, not really quickly, but like somewhat quickly. Quicker than this. These steam turbines are sort of working. So let's make some temperature plates, I believe. So let's just do it like this. Yes, it's a race. Whoever builds a temperature plate first gets a donut. You guys better be building this out of the actual hot iron. I'm just saying. And please don't go and fetch iron from elsewhere in the... That's what you're doing, isn't it? You're literally fetching iron from all across the map, instead of using the iron that was right there. It's right here! Yeah, this water is heating up. I think they just literally run to the other side of the map to get the iron. I am confused. Well, that wasn't very helpful. But at least it's getting them some construction skill. We'll just leave it here. I'm not going to fiddle around with this all day. Eventually it will get hot enough to evaporate everything. You know, I just stop. Right, I think that's good enough. That's gonna evaporate in like 10 cycles or something. So long as we can get it to evaporate before this stops erupting, that's what I'm aiming for, really. Also, I've just noticed I now have I now have 6,666 total views on the channel. That is quite a sus number. So these dust caps just aren't fertilized. It's fine. We definitely didn't let any slime lung over here. There is some in the farm tiles, but that's not a problem, I don't think. Okay, how is our favorite guy going? Yeah, we're getting some of this done, but not a lot. So we're going to basically set this place up for 2. So Travaldo can sleep up here. We want to drop some plastic off here too. So let's send some over. Yeah, I think you probably sent him enough iron now. Ah, yes, you sent him all the really super hot iron. Yeah, perfect. I'm sure he'll enjoy that. Right. Plastic. Send them plastic. Where did that end up? Oh, someone needs to activate this. So we need the researcher over here to actually activate this to get the iron and the plastic. Valdo's at 86% stress. Yeah, we can skill scrubber him. I'm just wondering whether I want to get rid of any of his skills. What skills does Travado have? He has level 3 digging, which I want. Level 3 building, which is an interest. Exosuit training, mechatronics engineering, plumbing. I could skill scrub him and get rid of exosuit training, because they're not going to need exosuits over here for a while. So let's do that. Let's put a skill scrubber here. And just skill scrub Travado so that he's productive here. That don't need to be yellow alert, I don't think. Actually, it probably does. Let's just, you can yellow alert this. Just do it. And then we'll want to send. Oh, okay. Well, it's interesting. That's how that works. We'll want to send a researcher and skill scrub them. Although, I think we may have a researcher that doesn't need skill scrubbing. Yeah, Mima. Mima can probably go over there now, because she's got all the research. And she's got low requirements. So... what are Mima's quirks? I don't think any of those are relevant. What about... do I have any other researchers I can send who aren't overly qualified? Ada. What's Ada's perks? He's at the bottom of the list. So she is... okay, they're basically the same. I'll send Ada over. So I believe this is recharged now. So we'll send Ada. She can activate the teleporter at the other end. She should have enough morale to just not die. You can just get the tube. The tube. You need to drop your exosuit too. So there you go. So you'll need to deliver that exosuit as well. So that does actually send you over even if you're not looking at them. Okay. So you're going to need a bed. I would like to make you a comfy bed. So yeah, please go and activate the thing. Oh, is there water here? Didn't know there's water here. There isn't water here, you lie. You get to see the very special animation. Slap that thing. Slap it good. You've got a blue bar for some reason. I don't trust it. Oh, that is taking its time, isn't it? Any day now. Okay. Very good. Now we're gonna start flooding. Now we're gonna start flooding the map with hot iron. Perfect. What a treat. And plastic. So, yes. But Ada, you can start researching everything. Yeah, there you go. Straight in the gunk tank. Perfect. Right. Pipe's blocked. So we're trying to lower the water level. So why is that pipe blocked? So the problem is the pump is still feeding onto this bit first. So this isn't working. So I don't think this is working either. So let's just reshuffle this. We need to drain that water out. Let's just put something here that works. It also... Yeah. Use bridges. Yep. That is the plan. So what I want to do is bridge it here. And then... have that come on here. And I believe this will work. Because it will want to feed on from this bridge first, and then feed on from this bridge if the other one is empty. In fact, what I might even do as well is deconstruct this and just hook it on here just to be safe. Because I'm not 100% sure what that would do. So why is that not feeding on here? So that should work. Yeah, I'm trying to make it so that this liquid always takes the bridge here, gets put on the loop first, and then this pump will pump onto this bridge. So it will only pump if the line is already empty. Which I think it should happen based on this logic. However, I've been playing this game for a while today, so my brain might be frazzled. Well, that's definitely not right. Okay, let's try this again. Let's start by deconstructing all of this and trying again. Okay, we'll keep that bridge there. Right. So, pipe, pipe, pipe. No. Pipe, pipe, pipe. I'm trying to send it from here to both of these places. I'm trying to send it to the sieve as well. Yeah, because basically what I'm doing is I'm taking the spare water from the loop and I'm using it to fill this pool of water, because that's the water we use for research. We don't actually use clean water anywhere else in the base or anything. Well, I mean, we're feeding the bristle blossoms with it now, but... Right. Why isn't that working? Okay. Oh, I see what's wrong. I put this bridge the wrong way around. I see. The problem was somewhere else the entire time. Oh, God. Oh, and now I released a load of polluted water into here. Oh, whatever. Whatever. I think what I had before was actually correct. It was literally just that that bridge was set incorrectly. So now that's feeding on there. Now I can hook this up, and that should feed it there. It literally broke because I had this one the wrong way around. That's literally it. If it's not, then I may have to give this game a rest. Yes, there we go. So now it's working properly. So you can see the liquid is choosing to come from here, and then if this line is empty, then the pump will feed it instead. There we go. So now we are draining the liquid from that planet. Right, Trabaldo, you can go in the skill scrubber. And we need to give Ada a bed. So we don't have the plastic yet. Did we send that from the other planet? Yeah, I'm going to install pliers after this. So long as it doesn't invalidate achievements, I'm going to install pliers. Why aren't we sending plastic here? It's just low priority. Okay. Yeah, have fun, Trabaldo. So I think I want to deconstruct this battery and put a bed here, Ada. They can have a barracks for now. This is already a barracks. So let's yellow alert that just so that you get to sleep in a bed. You can put that there. Okay, that doesn't need to be yellow alert. Put that there. Okay, I'm glad that worked out. I wasn't just going completely nuts. I just missed something from somewhere else. I think this door needs to be open. Oh, that's interesting. The phone makes a noise if someone's on the other end. Ooh. Okay. Well, we have a ration box, but no one's actually using it. We just got the mealwood here. So... let's deconstruct that, put in another mess table. This could be Ada's bed. Yeah, this is pumping now, so that's good. That's pumping. How is the iron doing here? This water's heating up. That's good. This is still too hot, but we are starting to get a decent mass of steam. Not immediately condensing. But these buildings are still way too hot. So I think I'm going to stick around until cycle 400, I think. And then I'm going to wrap it up for tonight. But yeah, it's going pretty well, I think, honestly. We're getting the mushroom farm up. So I believe the juicer is now operational. Yeah, we didn't look at someone using a juicer. And we've got to see someone use the juicer before we go. Yeah, now that water is pumping out, I think I'm just going to spend the rest of the stream just tidying up the other planet. I'll take another oxyfern. That's good. We'll find somewhere for that. Maybe in the other colony. Yes, so we have the barracks here, Great Hall. We'll need 2 mess tables in here. And as for bathrooms, well, I mean, we've got the 1 outhouse for now, which will work for now. And then I think what we'll do is plumbing, medicine. We'll do our standard bathroom. We'll just do 1 toilet, 1 sink. I think we're just gonna have 2 people here for now. We're not gonna go crazy with this place. So yeah, have a rest, Travaldo. I could hire another dupe if I wanted, but I'm not quite sure I'm committed to having 2 people here permanently yet. So we can uproot these plants. I guess not a lot is going to happen here, because Ada's just going to research this and Rivaldo is just going to have a break. We need like a... Well, we don't need a massage clinic. We need Rivaldo to stop getting stressed. Yeah, we'll put the bathroom there. Probably worth putting some showers in as well, just for the extra morale. Actually, what I could do is I could have 3rd wide room. We could put a shower in. And then what we do is we would have a water sieve here, then we'd have a bog bucket or something to absorb the extra stuff. Building broken, yep. Heat is damaging. Oh no, we got what? We got sour gas in here. How did sour gas get in here? What? Oh. It happened. Got naphtha in here too. I think what happened is the liquid lock got overfilled. So let's turn this off. We've got all sorts of new things in here today. Yeah, that's a lot of sour gas as well. So I'm gonna come do this. Bit of an odd way for you to leave the base. So no power, because wire melted. We literally had a steel wire here and it melted, so we're just going to have to reroute this somewhere else. We're going to have to reroute this up here, because we just can't have it be right next to the volcano. It's just not going to work. I probably should have known that to begin with. What else do you guys actually have to do here at the moment? Farming supply, eat, ranch. Yeah, you guys aren't actually doing a huge amount at the moment, are you? I think you're doing some base sweeping, so we can... We can re-enable this. Keep sweeping more of the base. Yeah, I'm not surprised they'd have got food poisoning, because we have absolutely zero germ control here at the moment. We nearly got that volcano analyzed. Just so much sour gas. And the thing is, we've actually got a lot of steam in here now as well. So this pump isn't quite going to cut it, I don't think. I think I might have to put the mini gas pump back over here, but that's actually so much pressure that's actually going to overheat. You know what, I think I'm going to leave this and come back to this tomorrow. We've done a fair amount of stuff. This is almost at the point of working. We've almost got this water evaporated. We've managed to get a decent amount of water to the oil from here. Especially now it seems to be doing a decent job. And yeah, we're starting to make inroads into the other planet again. Yeah, I'm going to wrap it up here. Thanks for watching. I appreciate it a lot. And I'm probably just going to... Okay, I'll save it on the other planet, because I don't want to forget about this sour gas mess here. And I'm just gonna turn this liquid lock off as well, so that I don't forget about that one. Yeah, thanks for watching. We've done a decent amount of stuff today. We've got mushrooms growing, always important. Made a few improvements. Still trying to get this Tamer online. But yeah, next stream we will fix this. We'll get the sour gas out of here, and we'll focus on colonizing the other planet and properly making it habitable. Because I'm pretty happy with the main base here now. There's one or two minor improvements that can be made, but for the most part I think I just need to expand now and start setting up a rocket program. So maybe that's what we'll do next time, is we'll do rockets as well. But yeah, thanks very much. And yeah, I will see you around. I will probably be on tomorrow evening. Yeah, thanks very much. Take care. If you haven't followed, feel free to follow, and you'll know when I'm coming on. And yeah, have a pleasant evening. See you later. Bye.